Well, guys, we are back. We're back in Second Life, and we're back to doing absolutely nothing interesting in Second Life. There you go. So, as always, I'm in. Where am I? Well, this is a different place. It's a new place. It's called Hoodoo Lounge. So that is where my avatar is right now. And my avatar is growing a virtual flower. If you're asking why my avatar is facing the wall, it's because it's too crowded inside. And the range of the Lindo terminal is right around the wall of the building. There is a building and everyone is inside, but it was too crowded. So I decided to go out and just stand outside after finding where the extent of the range of the Lindo terminal. Anyway, it doesn't matter if my avatar is facing the wall. What matter is my avatar is within range and that my avatar is earning Linden dollars while facing the wall. And we're back in YouTube. Let's go watch let's go watch I'm sorry. That's why I try to speak slowly, because when I try to speak somewhat a little bit faster than normal, well, not normal, a little bit faster than what I always do, I tend to, you know, say words incorrectly. Anyway, let's see what we have here. Ammo for dollars. That is not a new concept. I believe, or if I remember correctly, the CEO of Activision had the same idea. Ammo for money. Let's go and watch this. This is a reaction by the Bold King, or the Bald King, not the Bold King, but the Bald King himself. Asmon, go.
So even after all of the feedback given, everybody online claiming that they don't want pay-to-win elements like the mobile game and the PC game, and after all of the, oh, we're listening to your feedback and we really care about all PR bullshit aside, they sat down the lead game designer and reacted to this clip of mine. It kind of sounds like you're going to be able to buy in-game currency with real money, which I think it's a dumb strategy to monetize a game. I think you already have the battle passes, you already have the extra warehouse space, the safes, personalized appearances, melee weapons. I think those are all great things to monetize with. Why do we need to be able to buy in-game currency in a game where the economy means everything?
I've actually seen this video. I can understand his and the community's concerns. Yeah, our principle is that money should not affect the fairness of raids. Yeah?
Seriously, they shouldn't believe what...
You sure about that?
But
They shouldn't believe what the developers say.
Their website, not on Steam, probably
Because it's a business.
negative review bomb.
And they will try to
Because you
recuperate their investment as fast as they can.
Suspected. Like because you can buy in-game currency with real money, like we suspected.
Look at that. So basically, they're now dealing in
Eastern developer that makes fucking believe it. How did they keep getting
real real currency transaction.
Can't believe it. I can't believe I did this shit again. It's on a discount? Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, at least the Eastern developers, they make
They took the mobile monetization.
pretty nice looking characters. They don't try, at least, they don't try to make characters ugly.
Single person has said they don't want monetization like the mobile game in this game. You have to figure out a different economy for this game on PC. And did the developers listen? Fuck no.
Well, they did listen. They heard it. They just said no.
Yeah, exactly.
They seen the feedback. Yeah, they probably were like, yeah, a lot of people don't like this. Yep. All right, well, let's put it in.
Again, they don't care.
That they don't want one player.
That's why I don't spend money on free-to-play games.
They
I would buy a single-player game on a discount. In fact, the next game I wanted to buy, or I want to buy, is No Man's Sky. I'm just waiting for a bigger discount.
You surprised that there's an army of dick eaters? Like, yeah.
You don't spend money on free-to-play games.
Anybody? What do you mean?
If gamers want to spend money on gear and then they go in and just get one-tapped by me, Chadley McGee, sitting in a bush, then albeit let them do it.
Completely missing the point that you have to work and earn and work towards that gear and those weapons and the bullets and the ammo, the armor, all of that stuff that you have. This person can enter the raid with the exact same loot as you, and they just paid for it.
Well, if they want to give up their loot,
Yeah, but the point is nothing that you have matters, because somebody can just swipe a credit card and pay for it. Like, do you?
Yeah, here's the problem this guy has. You're never going to convince these people because these are normie gamers that are used to paying $20 for a shot at a club. In their mind, this is normal.
That is why I only play free-to-play games for fun, for my personal entertainment, and I try not to compete with wallet warriors. They are called wallet warriors.
That's why they've tried so much.
You don't compete with wallet warriors unless, of course, you are you're loaded as well. Even still, even if you're loaded,
Well, that doesn't really.
it doesn't make sense to waste money
If somebody can buy, if somebody
when you can play the game as is.
then the game's pay to win. It's that simple. If the game's
Better yet,
PvP, it's like
just play single-player games. You know, play Skyrim.
Dumb. The argument is
Come on.
you would be willing to let.
Yeah, Bethesda is woke now, but Skyrim is not woke just yet. Maybe in the future they'll release the Elder Scrolls 6 Skyrim, the woke edition.
we'll have to refer back to the chart.
It's going to make another stupid chart.
Okay. Yes, that's right. In case anybody's forgotten, this is the way it works. This is the best one. Yeah, it's totally different, guys. Completely different.
But dude, the mental gymnastics that the online community is going in, and granted, there are a lot of people pushing back. Their Discord was on fire this morning. The Reddit is
Yeah, it's on fire. The people are Chinese or Korean. They can't even read it. Like, they're like, what are those white people mad about now? Ah. I can't even read it. I can't fucking read it. I don't even know what happens. Like, you know, some assistant tells them they really don't like the fact that it's pay to win. They're like, yeah, they never like that, but they buy it anyway.
also.
I
holding their
guarantee you,
feet to
that's
the
what they're
fire,
telling
but
each
I
other
have
in the
seen
studio.
An absorbent amount of
100%.
people just defend it, and I don't know if that's like a play for you to try to like rub the feet of the developers, maybe suck the teat a little bit. Maybe they'll give you a special treatment. I don't know what it is, but
Let me explain why. It's because people have already invested a piece of their personality or their time or their energy into the game. And so because they've already invested into the game, they...
Nah, it doesn't work like that for me.
Their investment.
if the game suddenly becomes sucky, or if the developers become suddenly sucky,
Then that would make them stupid.
I would just stop playing the game. There's a lot of games out there. A lot of games.
Able
You
to
don't have to be loyal to one game.
me like this where gear, armor, weapon, and just gear in general just means so much. It blows my fucking mind that they thought this was a good idea. Like I
I tried playing this on an Android emulator and
That's why they're making it to where you can buy it, because more people will buy
I
it.
couldn't make it work.
my last video. On
Yeah.
mobile, it doesn't matter. Because mobile gamers, if you're a true mobile gamer, you are bred to be okay with just insanely terrible monetization models. But on the PC landscape, it's a lot different. Or at least I'm hoping that we can fight back enough to make sure that we are different. And the general argument is like, well, if you pay
They might claw back a couple of the features, but the truth is that the PC marketplace being different isn't really true that much anymore. Like, look at something like the First Descendant. The First Descendant has obvious pay-to-win features. Now, you can get them by playing the game, but you can get them faster by spending money. The truth is that even PC gamers have become acclimated to pay-to-win. Look at Lost Ark.
money, that doesn't necessarily mean that you win the game. You have to still have the skill. It doesn't fucking matter. If you
Yeah.
can pay money, you can get gear quicker than somebody who has to earn it in game, who has
Exactly.
to go through the trials and the tribulations. If you have better armor,
You
better
have an
ammo,
advantage
better
that they
weapons,
don't have.
right off rip, compared to little Timmy who just grabbed the credit card that his mom just did a line of blow on to go spend a bunch of money on Cohen's to then just buy the gear that you have. It literally breaks the entire ecosystem. Yes, you can kill one of these players who has a bunch of purchased armor, weapons, and gear. And you can.
Well, this is the free-to-play cope. The free-to-play cope is that if I grind 13 hours a day and play this game non-stop,
That is the wrong mindset when you're playing a free-to-play game. Because you're trying to compete against wallet warriors, and you will never win against a wallet warrior.
on the game, and then you kill them, and they're like, "Oops, okay, well, I guess I'll buy another one."
Now, if that is your mindset,
Meanwhile, you're investing your entire life and
well, I guess it's on you.
being able to beat these people. They don't even know that. They don't even care.
But
Self-inflicted.
if you're going out there complaining that you're getting smoked or getting pawned, yeah, pawned.
earn the
You're getting pawned left and right by wallet warriors, then
Absolutely.
If you don't see
it's on you.
that is pay to win, or if you want to mentally fucking bend over backwards and eat your own asshole and say that it's pay to progress or pay for advantage or whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
regardless, it is complete horseshit. And the thing is
It
like,
is. He's
I
right.
called it. I made this video like a month ago where I said, like, the game is great. And keep in mind, my opinion hasn't changed on that. The game is fucking awesome. There's so many
I'm
good.
going to try playing this. Let me see if it's in Steam. Last time I checked,
That's all the focus was on was this.
But the
last time I checked,
people clearly don't make
I
this
couldn't find it.
if the game is pay to win or not. Like, the idea that you need to make a game non-pay to win or people won't play it, I think this is not true. People will play pay to win games.
It's still not available in PC, in Steam.
Not anymore. Unfortunately, not anymore. People don't care. Like, you're going to have chatters that come.
Arena.
These are people that are mad because they want to express how mad they are. But
What is this free arena?
such a tiny minority that if you're developing a game, why would you make content for them? Zenless Zone Zero made $100 million in 1 month. Yep, that's right.
Games pay to win. How
So Arena,
nothing you're doing is
this
matter.
game, but I forgot the game again. It's
At the like, why did you guys ask for feedback at all? Why did you reach out?
so it's in Steam,
to Discord?
but it's not yet available.
I said in private.
Let's see here. Maybe I can find it.
It's a mobile game. It's pay to win.
Directly to the developers that this isn't the
What?
way to go. We've done sponsored deals where like I'm so conflicted because I'm excited for the game.
Yeah.
I know that there is a game there that a lot of people would like, and if you go with this route,
Okay, let's see if the game has a
my hat on, even though I really desperately
it's early access.
fucking idiots that just back it and spend the money and do whatever
Yep.
else.
Okay, there you go. I can
Want to be. And like,
let me.
This is always what will happen with content creators is that, like, video games often
There you go.
diverge.
There you go.
Content creator would want
So I'm downloading the installer now, but I'm going to check Steam again.
watch the game. You will have
I want to find out if
why it's okay for them to play the
it's Arena Breakout Infinite, what the system requirements are.
money streaming the game. That's what really matters.
Ooh.
Dad who has little time goes
Okay, I won't be able to run this game anyway.
once.
F this.
Problem that a lot of people that are like pay to win defenders, like kind of it's like a mental trap that they fall into. I'm gonna be the bad guy here, but why can't a dad who has little time to
Okay.
play and can't grind out the best gear enjoy the game if he wants to spend a little bit of money, as long as he doesn't get better gear than you can gear and grind out?
Okay, I was going to give the game a try, but I checked the system requirements and it requires a 4G. The minimum RAM or video RAM
Spend money.
is 4 GB. I don't have
The
4
fundamental
GB RAM,
are
unfortunately.
defined by the developer. So this is a dichotomy the developer has.
It may run, but
It's not something that actually exists. There's no reason why, if a dad who has little time to play, why not make it easier to grind for? Why not make there another way to get it that doesn't have to do with money? Like, why is it that the only two alternatives are you have to grind?
why not just play another game?
Why is this dichotomy existing? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because it's beneficial for the developer. So, like, they trick you into this, like, this binary thinking, but you have to understand that they created the system that makes you think in the binary. And the system is created with the purpose of making you think in
What if the player is non-binary?
They have created this problem. Yeah, the developer, exactly. They created the problem to sell you the solution. So this dad wouldn't have had this problem in 2001 because the game would have been designed differently. But the game is designed in a way that makes him feel like he has to do this, which is what the problem is.
like, well, it's a free-to-play game. How do you expect them to make money? There's a million different ways to make money in a game like this. Spending real money on currency isn't one that I think is the best route to go because it just ruins everything about this game. Like, you're going in to earn gear.
Yeah.
The gear fear is no longer there because you can just swipe at the end of it. Fucking just put in put in the security code and you're good to go. I got a helmet. Got it.
Here's an idea.
None of it matters.
Why not just kill the other player who has all the gear from
Let's say you guys wanted to buy
using their wallet, and then if you kill that player, then you'll be able to get all those gear for yourself. I believe this is a full loot shooter as well.
People gonna buy an M249, or are they gonna buy?
Of course, you'll have to be
I think more people are gonna buy.
very crafty or sneaky or wise when dealing with
You can have things like skins for
With-
cosmetics.
Yeah, they should be.
And
pay-to-win players.
the crowd that hates
Maybe have a group and then hunt them down.
digital camos, everything else. Dude, you could even have like custom patches where, again, content creators. Yeah, it just requires a little bit of creativity to actually figure out a good way to monetize the game. Bring in the community that
Here's the reality. People spend more money when a game is pay to win. Because paying to win has a higher value proposition than having a keychain. Obviously. What are we even talking about? That's why they're doing it. Duh.
you say you care so desperately about, but you just didn't. And like I said, man,
They care desperately about those who spend money.
so many people people in my chat were just like,
This is like the UK. It's a two-tier system.
thing for the game. And if
There is a two-tier
years of doing content and talking about
what do you call this? Enforcement of the rules.
Because he's in like stage 2 or 3, and he hasn't accepted the fact that people have resigned themselves to becoming dick eaters. I do. I really feel bad for him because he doesn't realize that we live in a world of dick eaters. And we have ever since Genshin Impact got popular. I think that was the real breaking point. It was Genshin Impact. And now it's normalized this type of behavior, and every game has it.
Honestly, you don't even need to spend money on Genshin Impact because it's more of a single player experience anyway. You're not competing with anybody.
isn't even as egregious as something like just being able to
Yeah.
funnel money into get in-game currency. This is where we're at. I don't care if a game is free to play. I don't really care if a game is that good. And the thing is, like, I even all of this said, I still want to play it because the game.
And that's why they're doing it, because it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, adding in pay-to-win features doesn't make people stop playing the game. You think it does, but it doesn't. And that's the issue. And so people talk and they complain and they're in Twitch chat. I can't believe that you would do this. Why would you ever fucking put this in the game? The greedy fucks. I thought you cared about us. And they're tab. Okay, let me tab back into my game. They're playing the game at the same time that they're writing a post about how much they hate the game. It's because gamers have no self-control.
is that fun. I really genuinely
You're all about
enjoy it,
Genshin
but
and
holy
being pay to
fucking
win?
shit.
Okay.
Do you guys have to do a 180? Because once this game launches on Steam, whenever that's going to be, the review bombing is going to be insane if you don't correct course now.
Oh, come on.
But here's the thing.
Why did you tell them that? Now they're not going to release it in Steam.
Bullshit. I'm not talking
This
to
is
the devs
stage
'cause
5
clearly they
acceptance.
haven't listened to the warning signs that every creator has put in
Yep.
private, in public, in videos, on Twitter, just anywhere. We have been talking about it and saying that it's a bad idea for months, and you guys don't give a shit. So, yeah.
Why would they give a shit?
Pay to win like we thought it was going to be. I figured with all of the anger and all of the outrage of, like, you know,
Why would they give a shit when they know you're just going to play the game anyway?
developers, maybe they'll do something different, and they just didn't.
Have some self-control.
Using videos like mine.
How about
as a promotion.
have some self-respect?
They said the game is good, and he responds to it in reaction.
Yeah, have some self-control, just like what Asman says or said.
No, we're not, guys. We're not doing it. No pay to win or nothing. But like the mental gymnastics to say that it's not pay to win, it's just like pay for convenience, blah 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 blah, fucking blah. It's bullshit. And here's the thing: Delta Force, which is another game that is just hot on YouTube, and another game that I've been really
Here's a recommendation: play Counter-Strike 2.
going to be pay to win, and they're going to make sure microtransactions.
What did he say?
They're playing, they're now coming out and saying that they're not going to be pay to win, and they're focused on making sure microtransactions.
What is that?
Really enjoying playing. They're now hot on bullshit. And here's the thing: Delta Force, which is another game that is just hot on YouTube, and another game that I've been really enjoying playing. They're now coming out and saying that they're not going to be pay to win, and they're focused on making sure
I think they're not familiar with how to deal with with Eastern game developers. They like to say good things, and they do the reverse of that. But still, they don't make characters look ugly.
I disagree with the pay-to-win features, but I can still play the game and not spend money on it. Just because you can play the game without using pay-to-win features doesn't mean that they don't exist. Like, that doesn't matter. It's still...
That is not what he's saying. What he's saying is you can play the game without
good and balanced, even though
without
so now
engaging in
seeing how much people are
pay to win. Sure, the pay to win is there,
coming from the
but you don't have to engage with it.
and they're saying
That is if you're playing for fun. And then, if you're fed up, go play another game.
But we hope you look over the
Or, save your money and buy a single player
how
game.
much they hate this.
Yeah,
They do look over the fence. They look over the fence and they see the people that
for
are
example, I spent like months and months playing Call of Duty Mobile without spending any money, and I was enjoying it.
streamer. There's a lot of parallels to this.
The problem with gamers in a competitive game, they know it's pay to win,
Like you would assume
yet they try to compete.
or you looked at
Don't
Twitter,
try to compete, just enjoy the game.
something that nobody should do because
And if another game comes along,
it's their most popular.
play that instead.
And the reason why is because
Another game that comes along that has, better monetization, then
those people are not
play that instead.
they're not the amount of people that are there. And so like yeah, it's true exactly. And so like you can see a lot of examples of this where like people will tell streamers, "Oh, well we'll watch you
The
play."
problem is, even if you keep complaining,
Listen to
but
what the audience says.
you're still playing,
Always listen to
or the rest are, the majority are still
but it's never more important.
playing and playing, then why would they change their system?
You'll take some notes and realize
They know it. They know it's working.
want to get through in the West.
They have a system that is working.
Hope that if you play Arena Breakout Infinite, do not spend a single fucking dollar.
See,
in that-
this is the problem that a lot of people don't really seem to understand is that when you don't participate in pay to win features for a game, you still exist inside of the ecosystem that keeps them alive. So when you get killed by somebody who has pay to win armor, or they kill you, or they kill somebody that you know, they still like just because you're not a whale doesn't mean that you don't exist in the ocean. And by you existing in the ocean, you create an ecosystem for the whales to exist. So the only way to truly not do this is to not play the game. Playing the game free to play is just like basically saying, I'm going to have a chastity cage on all the time, and I'm going to wear it like a badge of honor.
No, it's not. No, it's not. There are games where you can play free to play without having to engage with other players.
That's the only
Because there are games that, in essence, is a single player game, but for some weird reason, they're connected online.
Yeah, it'll make the game look bad, and maybe some people won't play the game. But
For example, Counter-Strike 2, you don't have to spend money on it, and you'll still be competitive.
that's it.
That is if you're good. If your aim don't suck, there are games that doesn't fit this idea of a free-to-play.
Yeah, for real.
You can play Meridian 59. It's old, but
Biggest loser, right? Like being number one in a pay-to-win game is just being the biggest loser.
so here's the thing: if you are the number one player in Counter-Strike 2 and you're not spending money on it, according to Asmon, you are the biggest loser. That is so stupid.
Do you guys remember
They got
how
rid of him,
we
too.
roasted John Riccitello back in the day?
You're playing League of Legends. You're the best player in League of Legends, but you've never spent money on League of Legends. You're the biggest loser. That is according to Asmon Gold. You don't have to spend money on League of Legends.
Almost there. Because now you can
We are.
buy in-game currency
true.
to buy ammo off of the flea market auction house.
That is why you don't speak in absolute.
Give it like
There's no such thing as
that's just
absolute. There are nuances,
so
and
you can mentally gymnastic your way into the content.
not all free-to-play games are made the same.
Why this is a good
Of course, this one,
somebody
it's obviously super competitive, and it's pay to win.
Once I banned him from my chat, where he
Jesus.
basically said that, well, real life is pay to win. You know, guys in the West they like this idea of fair, but this isn't something that happens worldwide. Other countries really
Yeah.
are more up.
I guess those who are good in games like
18th birthday.
League of Legends,
Owns a fucking investment.
yeah, it's not pay to win. You can buy cosmetics from it if you're good at it, but you're not buying anything or you're not spending money.
That is how it
Uh,
that doesn't
you're a loser.
in entertainment. Anyways,
Well,
let me
That's according to Asmongold.
For this guy, I really do. This is so sad because I feel the exact same way.
That's why I watch
That I've accepted that
um
I am just simply not the majority.
content creators like Asmon because they're so they say sometimes they say the dumbest
He just wants
shit.
to play good games.
I watch them for entertainment,
And
basically.
I get that. I feel
not for wisdom.
yeah,
Because
time, eh?
yeah, sure, sometimes they would say things that make sense, but there are also times when they say
You know,
dumb
he
shit.
listed for 3 games or something like that. But yeah, gamble.
For example, if you were watching
And the reality is that
who's
the
this?
reason
I
why
forgot what
people
his
do
name
it
is.
to avoid real life. They play the games because they know that real life is pay to win. Why do you think
I forgot the name of the content creator.
know your
Because
guys' thoughts down below. I actually
not-
really fuck with the
it's
game.
not in YouTube anymore, unfortunately.
Point of contention for me. They
Yeah.
said they weren't going to do anything that would give
You don't believe what they say. Come on, how stupid is that?
there's a false equivalency?
You believe what they do. You believe in what they do. You don't believe in what they say. Because they can say, we're not going to make this game pay to win. And then
It's just that you
what's stopping them from not making the game pay to win?
that has allowed
So you believe in what they do, not in what they say.
to the idea that it's okay to do.
language or they don't give a fuck. Let me know what you think down below. Leave a like on the video.
Of course, they don't give an F because they're still making money. Okay, the only way you can invoke change to something is when their bottom line is affected. But if their bottom line is not affected, then good luck with that. They're not gonna change. And even still, even if their bottom line is affected, there are times when they are too stubborn to make the change. Okay, so what other games are free to play that you don't have to spend money to be competitive? I'm pretty sure there are. How about Smite? Smite. Or PUBG. PUBG is, PUBG, the PC game is it free? Yeah, I think it's free, right? It's free. And then you have PUBG Mobile. Do you really need to spend money on PUBG to be competitive? I don't remember. So this was from 7 hours ago. That rigged the 27 elections. What does that mean? Activision cease and desisted the MW2 remaster mod. Whoa. Wow. Today, our team members received a cease and desist order on behalf of Activision Publishing in relation to the H2M mod project. We are complying with this order and shutting down all operations immediately. Why? So that is the problem. They're getting shut down. Honestly, they should have just put the effort in making a new game. Who knows? It might turn out well. it might have turned out well. Disney tanking its reputation. It's already tanked. Helldivers 2 finally dead. What? Let's go watch this.
Helldivers 2 is just receiving bad news after bad news. Is the end finally truly here?
You know, we've seen a lot of developers ruin their games in the past, especially when it comes to live service
Yeah.
games. But this situation is unique all to itself. Just recently, the Helldivers 2 community popped up, and they're basically calling for the end. Feeling as though they've been betrayed by Arrowhead Studios, they just want to sit back and watch the world burn. And to be honest, I'm right there with them.
What? I think I've seen this.
This in the reality is, especially the people who played Helldivers 2 from the start to up to this point, how absolutely
Have I seen this?
they probably feel. People used to look at Helldivers 2 like a
I
dog
can't remember.
kindergarten. It was intense. And now,
I try to remain as partial as I can be in these kind of matters. I want to get as much perspective as I can because I want to be sound in my judgments, sound in my criticisms, and make sure they're constructive. But in the case of Helldivers,
If Helldivers is still getting 20 to 40,000 players concurrent,
releases that we've seen in
I don't think it's dead though.
80 countries, but
Maybe if the number of players,
world, and if Helldivers didn't have
goes down to maybe a thousand, maybe
even potentially.
maybe you can consider that dead.
what we wanted to see more of in modern games.
Let's see.
Monetized game, a game that was well supported by its studio, a studio that openly communicated with their audience. But in the case of Helldivers 2, they've just continued to fumble the bag. It should have been a year-long victory lap, yet
So right now, Helldivers
this time,
had 31K players playing an hour ago.
It seems like
That is still a good number.
I don't know how
Suicide Squad never, I don't think,
regardless
ever
of
got this kind of number. Let me take a look at
50K concurrent players on Steam, millions of
Suicide
players
Squad.
logging in every day wasn't realistic for a relatively repetitive horde shooter like Helldivers 2.
30K average
Nope.
player
Suicide Squad picked at 13K, so
Destiny in that sense.
With that said, the game will be lucky to hold on to what players it has left before the end of the year. A post 2 days ago on r/Helldivers read, "Let the bots advance, let Super Earth burn," showing an image of the automatons only a few planets away from Super Earth, which would mark the end of the game. This post is in response to the latest update, Escalation of Freedom, where they had planned to release new weapons, a new war bond, new biomes to explore, new enemies to fight, new objectives, new
Escalation of Freedom did seem good, and people were hyped about it. What's happening? Are people already not happy with the Escalation of Freedom? Yeah, that seems a little bit off.
difficulties, and a massive enemy encampment. A well-deserved shot in the arm of much-needed content for the game with
You know what Helldivers would actually need? It would. It really needs some kind of breakaway from open ground combat, and have a situation where you're thrown in, for example, a tunnel where you need to get to the heart of a hive or something.
what it needs is a
Fine,
Nook.
switch it up. I think
Maybe it has.
Helldivers a lot. Because it would be different. Yeah, you would need to rework a lot of things, but I mean, do it. What else do you have to lose at this point? Your own audience is kind of demanding blood.
with Escalation of Freedom being the first major update since the game's release. So with all of this content being added, why are the players upset? Well, that's because this update came with a balance patch and balance changes to a bunch of different weapons across the game, which lit a fuse.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
While I'm not going to recap the balance changes themselves, the most notable changes came in damage reductions to the most used
I've seen this one.
by players, as well as the flame.
I remember the 80 walk.
Because you see, the thing is, players don't care if something's broken. They use it because it's the best. There's no such thing as a favorite gun in Helldivers. We're simple creatures. We want to do something, we find the best tool for it. and
Yeah,
we
when I was playing like Call of Duty
put the pillow and-
Mobile,
And you're kind of hoping it's not.
there was a time when the shotgun was like
That's how it works. So if
super powered or overpowered.
people are gonna be pissed. because it was just the best thing for the job, and that's
There was
Helldivers 2 should sound
maybe a few days or maybe a week of me just using the shotgun
all the community's favorite weapons. Claiming
because it was awesome.
the community backlash over these
And then something happened
I wonder
and it wasn't as awesome anymore.
if the meta gun that people use the most. The reality is that gun just does the most damage and blah blah blah. Well, you can choose to not nerf the gun. You can choose to buff other guns and buff the enemies. So everything is still kind of equal. So effectively, it's a nerf through buffs because other things are as effective.
received well by the developers in charge of the balancing at the time. They ended up taking to Reddit, trolling the fans of the game in the comment section, going as far as saying, I am feeding the rage a little bit for my own entertainment here, just so you know. Note that the company did apologize for the developers' comments, and the dev...
That was stupid. That was a stupid thing to do.
While that developer is no longer
Reddit never failed being a hive of losers.
in charge of balancing, this balance philosophy has stayed with the game, likely spurred by player sentiment, because meta loadouts and meta gamers were scorned at the release of Helldivers 2 as players just wanted to play the game casually and wanted to use what they wanted to use. They didn't want Helldivers 2 to become some type of try-hard game like many other
Now, admittedly, even the casual player, when they have enough hours under their belt, are gonna figure out that, wait a minute, this is the best weapon, I'm still gonna use it. Again, our judgment, what is the most fun, is almost always governed by the most damage and most effectiveness.
live service games have become. With that said, this is a horde shooter, a power fantasy mixed with survival horror. You are a Helldiver, a dealer of death in a universe that deals it back just as hard. However, when you're noticing that most of your players are using the same weapons, maybe it's not because those weapons are overperforming, maybe it's because everything else is underperforming. Now, I know what you might be thinking, weapon balancing, that's the reason why players are so upset, that's the reason why they feel like Arrowhead Studios has betrayed them. Normally, you'd be right to think that.
Nah.
But in the case of Helldivers 2 and the kind of game that it is, it's
But wait, there's more!
unique. Think about it like this. Helldivers 2 is essentially the exact same game that everybody's been playing. There's some added content, mild variety for the most part. You're dropping in on the same planets, fighting the same enemies, doing the same objectives, but all of your weapons are progressively feeling worse as the enemies have gotten stronger. Meaning as, from the player's perspective, the thing that they've enjoyed doing is becoming less fun. And I think that's the biggest problem with this game. They are not balancing the game from the perspective of the player, they're balancing it from the perspective of an Excel sheet. Not the feel of the player and how these weapons feel to you.
This is what I have been saying about World of Warcraft's balance. That it doesn't seem like they're balancing anything from a player perspective, that it's just an Excel sheet where you have, for some reason, skills that are not in any way equal on the same tier in the spreadsheet, and they need to be balanced, even though those skills are not even remotely equal. Yeah, when you do balancing through an Excel spreadsheet, good luck. Good luck.
To use, or using the common sense of, oh, I don't know, maybe the reason why players are using certain weapons more is because those weapons are just objectively cooler. But as an example, the railgun. One of the coolest weapon ideas in all of it.
Okay, well, that's true. You do need a sniper class. You do need something to, scratch the itch of the snipers without giving them actual mech. And, well, that's a sniper rifle.
Video games. Everybody loves railguns. An arc launcher, shooting lightning out.
Hey, I do love the rail things, that's true. Especially your mom.
Out of a gun. Of course people are going to be using stuff like that. Flamethrowers, of course they're going to love stuff like that. So maybe those weapons aren't overperforming. Maybe it's the fact that the rest of the weapons in the game are less interesting. And I think that's the case. I think that's what's going on. Well, people use sidearms and things like that in the game. For the most part, most players are just trying to use the coolest weapons because it looks the coolest in the game. It's one of the game's biggest strengths, its cinematic nature and how cool it looks when you're in some of these big fights. And they need to think about
That's true to a degree.
that. You've lost touch with the one thing that a lot of people were looking at you and saying that this is one of the studios that we love because of this, which is the fact that you seemed like you were in connection with the players. You understood the players. But as things have gone on, and I got to eat crow on this because I pushed back on players for a while saying that the first balance patch they did way back when was just a one-off thing. It's obvious it's not, because they just don't understand what the players want. Look at the mech. They ruined it. Thing sucks to use. I can't stand it. The rocket launchers don't work anymore because you can't aim at close range or proximity or anything like that. The rest of the weapons feel less fun to use. The game has just progressively got less fun. And when the game is less fun, what do you have left? And with that, and with these changes, and not listening to their audience, Arrowhead Studios has also lost the one thing that they really had going for them: the trust of their players. Part of the popularity for the game was driven by how clearly and regularly Arrowhead Studios was communicating with their audience. Johan Pielstedt was on Twitter constantly responding to fans, giving feedback, giving updates, and making...
Oh, the bygone times. Ah, man.
Okay, so I've already seen that video. I've already watched it. I don't know why it doesn't have some kind of indicator that I've already watched it. Snow White Backlash, Rachel Segler crushes trailer. Weird, weird, weird. Sponsored ad, Drag Race P. Crap. Ironheart, Rise of a Supervillain. What? Are they going to push with Ironheart with the unlikable protagonist? I don't get the idea of making an unlikable protagonist. Yeah, sure, you can do that with something like Boruto. You know, I watched Boruto up to, well, I was able to pass the part where Naruto showed his true powers. That was maybe what, around 70, 60 episodes. And Boruto at the beginning was unlikable. I freaking don't like Boruto. But after the revelation of Naruto's strength, there was a change in Boruto's character. Because in the beginning, he has absolutely no respect for his father. Because he thought his father was weak, I think. He adores Sasuke. Because Sasuke is always out there fighting. But after he saw how powerful his father was, because that is what Naruto is, at least in that series. Anyway, I've never watched Naruto. I've watched one episode of Naruto. Then I've watched maybe one episode of Naruto Shippuden. I've watched more episodes of Boruto. Because I like the art style. I don't know, because maybe of the art style. It was a lot better than Naruto. And I guess maybe I like the other characters. Although I can't remember anything from that show anymore. It's been a while. And I'm not going to start from episode 1. If I do decide to watch it again, I'm not going to start from episode 1. With One Piece, first time I watched it, I started episode 1 and then I stopped because, because I ran out of episodes to watch. Then after waiting for a few years, I continued watching it again, but this time I started from the beginning because it has been a few years since I watched One Piece. So I wanted to recall what happened in the story. And then I stopped when I ran out of episodes. It was back in the Sanji arc, the Sanji marriage arc. So that is where I stopped watching. And if I'm going to continue watching One Piece today, I'm not going to start from the beginning. That is like what, 15 years of episodes. It's just too much. Fortunately, I still remember where I stopped watching. It's the Sanji arc, or maybe a little later when I remember his family getting killed. So maybe it was a little bit further than the marriage arc of Sanji. At least, even if I repeat a few episodes, it won't be from the beginning. So, what is wrong with talking to kids? You can talk to kids. There's nothing wrong. If you're an adult, you can talk to kids. But the only problem, what is wrong is talking to kids in a creepy and sexual way. You can talk to kids as an adult. There's nothing wrong with talking to kids, especially if you're giving them advice or guidance or something like that. Because if you read this title, Ninja canceled himself for talking to kids. What? What? Anyway, it says here it's live. It's live? It's live? How is this live? When it's only 1 minute.
Has been thrown out there. So there's a lot of people who
in the woodchuckers.
Yes. So there have been a lot of people who have we have seen a lot of controversial things happen in the last couple months. We've seen the Mr. Beast stuff, right? We've had a lot of people talking inappropriate.
There you go, talking inappropriately to kids.
Let's be clear.
So the title is misleading. Okay. The title is misleading. Ninja just canceled himself for talking to kids. What? Okay, there's nothing wrong with talking to kids. Now, Craig just says Ninja was caught talking inappropriately. Okay, so that changes thing. So why is the title not that? Okay. If I was a douche, I could report this. You can report bad titles. I think because it's misleading. The title is misleading. Ninja just canceled himself for talking to kids when in fact it's talking inappropriately to kids. See? That it's not the same. Come on, Craig, it's not the same. Blabs, it's not the same. Talking to kids, that is fine. You can talk to kids. Now, talking inappropriately to kids, that is wrong. See? Just one word changed the meaning of the entire thing. That is why I was shocked when I read the title. What? Talking to kids? Just talking to kids? Oh, come on. It didn't make sense. Now that Craig mentioned inappropriately, okay, now it makes sense. But still, the title is misleading. The title is wrong.
Dr. Disrespect stuff, where he talked about he was talking inappropriately to minors. We had the Chris Tyson thing. We had this Mr. T Lexify guy, Blabs, right?
Yes.
Where, you know, whatever. There's been a lot of like things been thrown out there. So there's a lot of people who.
in the woodchuckers.
Yes. So there have been a lot of people who have been very, I don't know, they've been tiptoeing around how they should speak when streaming and who they should speak to, probably rightfully so. Ninja, on the other hand, was streaming the other day. And, well, I think Ninja's career is over after this moment. Let's go see what happened in real time. Has anybody seen this?
Nope.
Okay, let's go and watch this.
In real time as it happens.
That's such a good gun, bro. It's Gamer Girl Ammo! Never heard of this person before, but GG's, man. No one here to avenge me, bro. Ooh, good shotgun. Hey, yo, bro, I'm unfazed. I'm gonna be there, or Con Man, I don't know who I'm watching. Con Man, I'm gonna be there in 3 seconds, bro. Let me get that thunder shotty, bro. Let me give you that Gluck 9000 for it. Actually, never mind. I don't know how old you are.
What's that, Blabs?
I laughed.
So yeah, that is an oral sex technique popularized by a podcast that my wife listens to called "Call Me Daddy." Call her daddy. Call her daddy.
Okay.
Like the 9000. So that was a reference to a blowjob.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mark. I had no
Thank
idea.
you. Yes, appreciate
Hey,
that,
being
Mark.
married teaches you things sometimes.
Let's go. All right, so here we go. Let's continue.
Give you that Gluck 9000 for it. Actually, never mind. I don't know how old you are.
Okay, so look, by the way, watch what he says, then watch his watch how the realization of what he's saying right here.
Gluck 9000 for it.
Like at that point, he's like,
Yeah. How old are you?
Oh shit! I'm playing Fortnite. This
I don't get it.
right.
I don't play Fortnite, so
Never mind. I don't know how old you are. Honestly, bro, my life is ruined, bro. Like, I wish I was just like a kid again, so I could say whatever I want and not be held responsible.
The actual ninja.
Oh fuck,
Nah.
dude, it's all over.
That's even funnier.
So he's talking to like some kid who's like 8 years old.
It's all over, dude. GG boys. All right, thank you guys for watching the stream, dude. I'd like to apologize to my family. I'd like to apologize to my stream, my audience, my wife, my dogs, all my subscribers and followers.
that is why you turn off the microphone.
Hey, man.
You know?
GG, dude.
And then apparently he yeah, I mean it's more funny than anything else, but
Yeah, it's more of a joke.
he's like, well, I'm done, I'm canceled. There we go, right there. pretty good stuff right there. So yeah, I mean you can see the response he immediately had of like of him realizing, well, I don't think I can actually say that in right now during this, you know, and then with the little kids like, hey, is that the real ninja? On top of that, it was great. Have you guys ever said anything?
Okay, so next time you better just turn off the microphone. You know, not his microphone, everyone else's microphone. You can turn it off.
Yeah, honestly, I've never been too much of a shit.
Actually, it annoys the hell out of me when people start talking in matches.
My Halo days were I was the guy in the lobby who
So I would just turn off everything.
we had to strategize, but I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
I'm not a
I will
headset
teabag
player.
you though. Oh, rest assured, you will be teabagged if I have the space for it.
He has the space.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know why it says live when it's not live. Not live.
Sometimes those trolls deserve it, so.
So I guess Ninja wasn't really cancelled.
But that's the thing.
Okay,
Brother.
it was just the title. Again, title was misleading.
Yes, virtual assault in today's world, teabagging, right? Standing over somebody, and someone gets so shit. But well,
Yeah, this dude, I was playing Call of Duty like a year ago because I haven't played Call of Duty in forever. And this guy kept calling me like baby girl, and I was like, get fucked, I ain't your baby girl, fuck you, my mom doesn't love you. Yeah, it's fine. I just started yelling at him.
Did you beat
Then
him?
he quit. He quit. It was all live on stream.
See, that's how you do it, though, Blads. Is
Yeah, talk back.
the best way to beat somebody or to win in that situation is to win in that situation.
Yeah.
The best way to deal with that is just turn off all the microphones
And he ended up
or
quitting.
speakers. Honestly, you don't have to talk to them. There's absolutely no reason to talk to them or to listen to them. Unless, of course, you are with your actual teammates or squad mates in real life. And you are, in a competition. But if it's just random, there's absolutely no reason to talk to any of them or listen to them. Just play the game the way you want to play it.
Do damage control. So I don't think this is a situation where he's constantly like messaging little kids.
What is this one? Is this okay? This was 5 hours ago. I haven't seen this.
What you have done. The blighted elven gods walk free, all because you disrupted my ritual.
You battle against gods. They will not rest until you are on your knees.
Ew, what is that?
Cowering. Helpless in the face of such power.
Rook, you've got this.
Let me check my connection. Okay, I'm still connected.
You're clever. Adaptable.
What is this again? Dragon Age? So this is a turn-based game, right?
You want allies to go after the gods? I've got places to look.
Where do we start?
They showed this in the demo, that part.
A griffin. War, victory. I'm ready.
I've never seen this before. There's something kind of exciting about it.
Oh,
What is happening to me?
that's cool.
Let the pain draw close.
Draw the dragon out into the open. Then attack.
You and me, Rook. Maybe that's what scares me.
Ew.
These are the times in which legends are born or slain.
Well, this is a lot better than the first one, I'll tell you that.
Our gods are back.
I mean, it's hard not to be, but still, it's still a lot better.
How do we stand against that?
I believe in all of us. So let's get it done.
Oh, come on, the animation sucks.
That's cool.
Is this another one of those quadruple games? Quadruple A games?
So it comes out on Halloween. Yeah, this definitely was way better than what they had shown before. Like, I'll tell you that. Like, it was way better. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't think the game looks very good. And I think that it might look problematic enough to where, like, I think it might take away from the game. I think, like, visually the game, yeah, it looks like it's like a 2015 game. Like, recently I've been playing a lot of Dragon's Dogma 1, I told you guys. And I feel like the aesthetics for Dragon's Dogma 1 are preferable to this. I think especially with, like, the dragon, if you, like, I don't know if it shows. Yeah, I look at that, it just really doesn't look very good. And they went darker? Yeah. They removed the, what's this here? They removed the ability to use companions. You control only the main character. Everything looks so smooth. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I'll tell you this, right? I'll definitely play the game. Like, it's not even a question, right? Like, I'll definitely play the game, but I mean, my expectations for it, the way it seems like to me is it seems like a cheesier, more story-driven version of like Dragon's Dogma 2, where like you have different like units, or like Grand Blue Fantasy, where you have like different units that you have like that are like pseudo control over them, with like I would say probably a very vanilla story. Play it for me so I don't have to. Do you hate yourself? No, but I mean, I don't think this game is going to be horrible, right? I think this game is going to be...
Okay, I'll be right back. I didn't realize my microphone was muted. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So what I did is I just went down and made myself a mug of coffee, some sandwiches. Okay, so while I'm watching this, I'm going to
Like,
have my
if I
breakfast.
were to give like what my expectation is, and like this doesn't mean anything, but like my expectation is like a 6. Like 6. Sugar-free story, vanilla story. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely will be below mid. I don't know. I mean, like, I think it lacks a certain type of like fantasy grit to it. Like, this was, in my opinion, the only cool part. I think this was badass. Everything else was like kind of, what's a 10 though? Elden Ring, obviously. Yeah, Elden Ring's the 10. Like, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Dragon's Dogma 2, I think, is a 9, right? Yeah, I mean, I just... The Final Fantasy 16, yeah, I mean, that was like, I'd say a 9, right? Not a 10. Monster Hunter World, I mean, that's a different dynamic. But yeah, that's kind of the way that I see it. I mean, I'll tell you this, right? I mean, it definitely looks a lot better. But I am really concerned about this gameplay because, and here's why, these are the same units that we saw in the gameplay demo trailer 6 months ago. Like, I'm kind of concerned that this game could go down the same path like that Dragon's Dogma 2 went down, where like the first like 20 hours of the game is like the most amazing experience ever. And then the next like probably 40 hours, if it's a 60-hour playthrough or 80-hour playthrough, 60 hours, are like pretty much the same thing, but like it's just like higher armor or something. So yeah, gameplay didn't convince me. Yeah, exactly. And so you're not invested in the story at all, so the gameplay needs to carry. Well, I would be invested in the story if the story was good. You felt that about Dragon's Dogma 2? Dragon's Dogma 2 had a huge problem with enemy variety. It was massive. The enemy variety in that game was terrible. Absolutely. Like, Dragon's Dogma 2 should have been Elden Ring quality. There is no excuse that it was not Elden Ring quality. I'm sorry. Like, there's literally, like, it's made by Capcom. It has such a cool idea with the pawn system. It should have been just like Elden Ring quality. Super mega true. Yeah, it's just, yeah, and I love Dragon's Dogma 2. I have 100 hours in the game, okay? That's how I know it. They went for scale, but had less variety. The first game feels bigger, in my opinion. In a way, it does. Yeah, I think there's, like, obviously, like, you know, back and forth. We can talk about that later. Either way, yeah, this part was really cool. Everything else about the game, it just feels like, again, it looks like a 2015 game, right? It just doesn't really look very good visually. But yeah, I'll tell you this though. I mean, like, if I'm reading a lot of the comments here, a lot of people are pretty positive. So, I mean, it definitely, like, I would say for Dragon Age, this was a W. It was definitely better than any of the trailers that they've released before. And if they keep doing stuff like this, maybe people could be positive about the game. Moderated comments. Oh, you think the comments could be getting deleted? That's true. Yeah, you could be right about that. But, I mean, who knows? Mr. Beast strat? Yeah, I guess so.
Welcome, fellow gamers.
We're just normal men.
We're on fire today. Let's go. Love that. Well, hello, Blast. Are you doing well?
Hi. I'm good. I'm good. Listen, I got my trolls here. I got their twink and a redhead. We're all set. We're ready to go. It's fine.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I didn't think you were going to play it.
I'm on fire. Man. Well, we have a couple great friends joining us today.
Okay, so this was 5 hours ago.
Which, by the way, we're going to get into that.
Sometimes I'm able to watch
we're making
side scrollers live, but most of the times
Hello,
I just watch the recorded
How's it going?
or the DVR.
Autism. I just have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But the reason they didn't catch it for a very long time, and the excuse for my autism, is apparently my biggest symptom is hyperfocus. So I will hyperfocus on something and be able to edit for like 18 hours or stay on EFAP for 12. But
that's a symptom?
Yeah, or like technically it is. It's an indication of something that could give you a diagnosis. So the symptom would be the short form of what I would say. Sign is probably more...
Honestly, in just maybe a few years,
but hyperfocus is
everyone in the world, all 8 billion people, will have some kind of autism.
Yeah, I'm on new meds, thinking very clearly, stuttering a lot less, and honestly, it's been improving my marriage.
So in the end, all of us are autistic.
Big surprise. Stops us from having all the fights that we would normally be having.
Hey, love that. Good. Hey, love that. Congratulations. And while you may not be autistic for sure, you're definitely still artistic. Congratulations.
Still are autistic person.
A little bit. The dog was also called my puppy, so thank you.
There you go. There you go. Look. All right. So Mark has joined us, which is great. Also joining us today, I don't know if he suffers from hyperfocus, but I'll tell you what, he's hyper-focused on my heart. It's Jeff from World Class Bullshitters. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Best intro ever. No. Sometimes I have a lack of focus. There we go. So I'm the opposite.
He is the opposite of Mark.
Well, good. We got the yin and the yang for focus today, which is wonderful. So well, I'm glad both you gentlemen have joined us today. We've got a lot to talk about. I would like to remind everybody once again we are live over at Rumble. Sorry, God dang, I keep forgetting. I can't say the word Rumble. Over at the Green Rumble over there. Make sure you guys follow us over there as we have passed 8,000 followers, continuing to grow, which is wonderful. Do us a favor, follow us over on X. You could have found out that Mark and Jeff are going to be on the show simply by following us over there at SideScrollerPod. And we have an Instagram account, Don't We Blab.
What you do is follow us for news and clips of the show.
Be right back. Be right back. I'm not going to pause this. I'm going down again to get more sandwiches.
It is what's you know, I mentioned Kick yesterday and how once we got to 669 followers, I would stop promoting it. Right now, 665. So we're followers away. And once we get to 669, I will no longer mention Kick ever on this stream, as long as it stays at 669 followers. So 4 of you would head over there and hit the follow button over at kick.com/sidescrollers. That'd be great, and you'll never hear from me again. But you will hear that you can find the show over on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and listen to us over there if you want to listen to the audio version of the show, which apparently the audio has improved greatly the last couple days, which is wonderful. Made some twists and tweaks, and we're improving every single day, which is the purpose of the show.
Did you chuck your mixer out or something?
Just made some small little.
So you're saying it wasn't the mixer, it was just actually you?
No, it was definitely the mixer, but it was settings that I had on the mixer. So, and you improved your audio quality, which is great.
Is it good? I don't know. Let me know, guys. StreamYards does not like me, but OBS does. So.
You're great, Blabs. You sound great. With that said, I do want to encourage everybody to head over to SideScrollersPodcast.com. Here's the thing. Today, it is our 18-month anniversary. Not a birthday. Don't do that. But we've been going strong for 18 months. How many episodes is that, Blabs?
How did you do that to me? All right, we are on episode 378.
378 episodes, Monday through Friday. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Closing in on
triple
hundo.
digits.
That's right. Not many people do that, which is great. But so, to celebrate 18 months of being live on the internet, Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time, we are making a big push over on our locals page, otherwise known as SideScrollersPodcast.com, that redirects to our locals page. So today, through this weekend, we are doing 50% off all memberships over there. We're going to be doing more stuff. Just use promo code NORMAL. We're going to be doing more exclusive content over there. And we gave it a facelift, which is awesome. It looks really, really good today. So head over to the locals community over at SideScrollersPodcast.com. It looks super good. Look at that. All nice and dark and pretty. Yours may be bright because you can change it around.
Yeah, dark mode by default. Woo, win.
Yeah.
Seriously,
best stuff.
I'm not even kidding. That's awesome.
Right. And up here in the upper right corner, you can find the supporter exclusive videos up there. So videos that are just for those who choose to support over there. So please head over there, use promo code NORMAL, get $55 off, which is good. And it supports us. If you want to support Common Sense, it's a great way to do it. We're going to have that promo code running through the weekend. So appreciate any and all support. And on top of that, I promised a $300 Amazon gift card. I will give that away. I said by today. Lied. Sorry, I'm going to extend it out through the weekend. So yeah, we'll extend it out through the weekend. So if you want to become a member, to be clear, if you're if you do a free sign up, that's totally cool too. You are still eligible to win. I think that's how it works. But you know, if you want to support, cool. If you don't, that's fine too. But promo code NORMAL for half off, which is good. So there's the shield for the day. I appreciate that. Did I clipped out there? Damn.
Yeah, you did clip and cracked.
Everything was going so good until
we jinxed it, honestly. But when did the other dog show up? I look over and there's just a second dog in Mark's lap.
Rocky he'll often show up after JoJo, and it's actually one of the reasons why I get afraid when I have to like be at work in the morning and then come home and get on, because sometimes they take a minute to settle down. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they were having a little argument while I was muted. They seem to be settled, and Rocky's a good boy.
all doggos are good boys.
Yeah, she's a good girl, although she's angry when the Chihuahua gets in her space.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got your puppos there. Yeah, wonderful. Hey, just for the record, Jeff, do you have any puppos?
No, I do not.
Your life would be a little improved if you did. I'm just letting you know that.
I agree. I just don't currently have the space.
Dogs are great. Dogs are the best.
It's the beauty of it. They can go anywhere.
Poll in the chat, Blabs. Which is better, dogs or cats? And fight, normal men. You fight over this. This will be great.
You want me to cancel Wakanda Forever or for Narnia poll?
Is my mic better now? I'm speaking quietly
do you really want me to do that? I raised your mic, so your mic is good now.
Oh, okay.
All right. Look, nah, you keep it whatever you want.
That's what I thought. Wakanda Forever for Narnia. Which, by the way, Narnia is leading 82%.
I mean, why would
As it should.
As it should.
Well, do us a favor, guys. If you are new to us over here on YouTube, do us a favor, hit the subscribe button and join the 91,011 normal men looking for common sense in the video game and entertainment space. Let's get the store best to get to 1,000 likes. So scroll your little mouse over to that thumbs up, hit that thumbs up button, and allow us to continue to grow over here on YouTube, because there is a direct correlation between you guys commenting in the chat, the thumbs up, thumbs down ratio, just all the interactions that happen on a stream. That helps push the stream out to people in the YouTube algorithm. The algorithm, which is great. And of course,
okay, I'm back with more sandwiches.
Store best to get you guys over to that.
Hola, peanut butter and sandwiches.
Give us today in video game history.
Okay, we'll see if you guys like this one. It is August 15th, which means
Geist is a
Starflight.
pretty deep cut.
Yeah, Starflight was released back in 1986. We have Chrono Cross releasing back in 2000, and we have Geist releasing back in 2005. The end.
Those are deep cuts. Not bad for sure. As I do a
trolls.
What's that?
No trolls today?
No, I'm sorry, but listen, they're here instead.
Oh, okay.
They're physically here. Does that count?
Yes.
Always in your heart. That's good. As I do a quick glance over today, Blabs, there's not a whole lot that you missed. Geist is probably the deepest cut, the GameCube version for sure.
A Wii first-person shooter, I believe.
GameCube.
One of them. Is it game? Maybe it came out on GameCube also. I feel like it was on Wii with motion controls and that zapper.
Potentially. Yeah. Remember they had that little gun?
Unless I'm thinking of a different game.
They also, Blizzard opened up the beta for Battle.net today, which is interesting. That's kind of fun, I guess. But outside of that, Blabs, yeah, today's we had a really good day. The last couple days with the Super Nintendo and Genesis anniversaries.
And Virtual Boy, don't forget about him.
Yes, I like that you gendered the Virtual Boy now.
It literally says boy.
Listen, don't assume it's gender. But yeah, as I do a quick scroll, not a whole lot going on right now. You did it, Blabs. Today was perfect.
We did it, Joe.
You did it. Yes. All right. Way to go, Blabs. You did it. Nice. All right. Speaking of doing it, Mo came in with a $20 super chat right off the bat regarding yesterday's stream. I haven't been to Texas since '91, but as a Chicagoan, as a Chicano.
Close enough.
Totally different, by the way. Chicagoan and Chicano are totally different. As a Chicano, I must say Tex-Mex blows, and Colorado and California Mexican food are way better. And the burrito was invented in San Francisco in the 60s.
California does have really good Mexican food. I will give them that. Although I was in Texas at a food truck and got tacos, and they were incredible.
Yes, the best Mexican food is served out of a truck or a gas station. That's generally the rule when it comes to food here in Texas, right? And same thing goes for barbecue as well. Like you can go to the big things, but if you stop by like a guy who has a trailer, like that's usually the best way to go for sure. Well, thank you, Mo, and I'm sorry that I I referred you as a Chicagoan instead of Chicano, but thank you very much. Tex-Mex is its own thing for sure. It's like a hybrid, hence the name. So
I always think you guys say Chex Mix, and I'm like, oh, I could go for some of that.
Same
Chex Mix is yummy, a good snack, but terribly unhealtky.
Tex-Mex might be the best kind of food. Just in general, it's really good.
What's the best piece of the Chex Mix? Chat,
The
this
little
is for you as
square
well.
thingies.
The Chex?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's the little pieces of rye. The little.
I agree.
Yeah, that's.
Like little tiny baguettes.
Can we get rid of the pretzels? They just put too many pretzels in there. And it just
They
kinda ruins-
do. That's fair. Mark's like, oh.
These are the important conversations that only we have on our show, which are important. Which
Yeah,
Chex
breaking
Mix
news
piece is
stuff,
the best?
guys.
That's right.
Chex Mix or pretzels.
Bless you, Rocky.
Honey Badger came in and says, big changes for the better, but we like Blabs. Oh, no, Blabs is here. You see whether she likes it or not.
That's part of the contract. I'm here against my will.
Right. Norms came in and says, I've been around ADHD kids for most of my school life, and I can confirm the hyper-focus bit is a thing. All right, well, thanks for that.
Hooray,
There
I'm
you go.
real.
Way to go, Mark. And Norm says, how dare Blabs compare Narnia to Wakanda? Narnia is a real place. I checked.
Dude, I actually have like closet doors that look like the doors from Narnia. So every time I open up my closet, I'm like, hello, but nobody ever responds.
What if they did?
Dude, that'd be lit. Or I'd be on mushrooms, either one.
Could be a burglar.
Pretty lit.
Could be a burglar just hiding in my closet. Like, hey man, I need this shirt. Here you go. I'll help you out. Just hand it over to me.
Matt came in and says, today in gaming history, the pogo stick was released 40 years ago today. No way. It's got to be way earlier than that, right? Way earlier than that.
Today in
right?
1984? Yeah.
The
Yeah,
pogo stick was
1984, best year. Terminator came out, and me.
And you, out of your mother's vagina. Congratulations. Benjathan came in and says, make sure your sushi isn't out of a gas station. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, avoid the gas station sushi.
Wait, are you guys talking about the actual pogo stick or like the pogo stick?
I'm just going based
I'm
off of
assuming the,
Because like the pogo stick was, patented in like 1957 apparently.
Oh, then maybe this is incorrect.
Listen, you mean there's incorrect data on the internet? What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the two-handle
I
pogo
hear
stick
tell that
designed by
happens
was patented by George B. Hansberg in 1957.
Way to go, Blabs. That's some good producer right there.
Yeah.
Quality, nice. Absolutely. Ready came in and says, I named my West Highlander Terrier dog all white Wesley.
Yeah.
After what-
Terriers are the best.
Race funny.
That's
Funny. Absolutely funny. Yeah, for sure. And Delta came and says, wow, did you hear that, Craig? Medicine that stops stuttering. I hear they also have a cure for autism in the distant future. Wonders never cease. Hey, thanks, Delta. Appreciate that. It's, wonderful. And yes, congratulations to Mark with his brand new medicine over here.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay, dogs.
Yay. All right. Like I said, we got a lot to talk about today. I'm glad you guys have found us. Do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. If you're new, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Glad you're here. With that said, it's time for my favorite segment, your favorite segment, everybody in the world's favorite segment. We have had a consistent theme of food atrocities mentioned over the last week or so. We've talked about different fragrances on the show. We've talked about the pretzel fragrance. We had the giant coffee mayonnaise incident of 2024 just a mere 2 days ago.
I was hoping I'd finish my coffee before you brought that up.
I'm sorry. Listen, these are things. But
You're making me want to throw up my bacon sandwich I had before.
listen, bacon is the best. It is nature's gift to God, which is wonderful. But with that said, we have another potential food atrocity that is here, a crossover, if you will, in the form of mass manufactured food. We have a crossover with Oreos and Coca-Cola coming our way, as the Oreo and Coca-Cola and Oreo Coke Zero Oreos are on the way. So we have, it's the double crossover. This is the Street Fighter Cross Tekken variety, where it goes both ways, where you're gonna get an Oreo Coke crossover and a Coke Oreo crossover, which sounds absolutely horrendous. So we're getting both the cookie and the soda. Jeff, which one would you be more preferred to have?
Oh God, I guess I'll try the cookie, since I try a lot of different flavored Oreos, but it doesn't sound good.
This is actually a legit question. If you have a Coke Zero sugar Oreo, okay, hold on.
It would probably still require sugar to make the Oreo cookie part.
Right, and that's kind of where I'm at here. Okay, because the labeling on this is you have the cookie itself, and it has the Coke flavored. See, it's not Coke Zero for the cookie; it's just Coke flavored cookies, which is very odd. So yes,
well, I mean, it's not that.
They can't make the cookie without sugar. That's why it's just Coke.
It's like, hey, you want a cookie that tastes like soda? No, you can't have diet soda. Eat the sugar.
No, that makes sense. But the Oreo flavored Coke soda is very weird to me, because is it flavored as Coke or is it flavored as Oreo? These are questions that you ponder.
I'm guessing it's kind of like a vanilla Coke or a cherry Coke, but rather than cherry or vanilla flavor, it's like an Oreo flavor syrup that they throw in there.
Consume your corporate slop.
I'm gonna have a hot take here. I actually think this is better than anything that we've seen so far as for like crossovers.
When you showed the why do gamers want games to fail thing yesterday, I was like seething. I was so mad at that guy. I'm just like, oh my god, this is.
How does that have anything to relate with food?
What does that have to do with anything, Mark?
It was brought up in that. Wasn't it brought up in that little chat that came up?
I don't know.
No. He was talking about the corporate slop of Oreos and Coke. That's what he was talking about.
Like you're thinking too much into it. Let's focus.
As I said, it scarred me. I was like, man, how can a person be this much of a double O consumer?
Anyway,
Anyways,
I was just saying. Mark. Anyway, I don't think this is as bad as, let's say, like the mayonnaise and coffee or like those other things. I think this is just gonna be extremely sweet and like it's gonna be so commercial and so bad food. It's actually gonna take like the products that they're supposed to taste like. Like let's say a Coke flavored Oreo, it's gonna taste like Coca-Cola as a cookie. It's gonna be insane. But it's gonna be like made out of like cardboard.
So they do have a pre-sale for this right now.
Really?
Yes, over on the website itself. You know, there's a lot of irony here, because when you go to the website itself, you're going to a website that sells cookies, right? Yet on the bottom of the website, you have to either reject the cookies or accept the cookies on the bottom of the website. A lot of irony, which I will reject all the cookies there. But you can get them, and there's an exclusive cookie pre-sale. The question here, Blabs, is do you want to try the cookies? Should I get you the cookies?
You know what? Do it. I will try it on stream. I actually will. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, because here it is right here. We got the
oh my
giant...
god, it looks like bottle caps.
Well, that's the idea, Blast.
Can you imagine that if they're actually shaped like bottle caps? That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, they are! Oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah. That's actually kind of neat.
That is actually very smart marketing.
I'm getting FOMO right now, so I'm gonna...
You're getting FOMO too?
We're all gonna try them. We're all gonna come back and we're all gonna try them.
The question is,
not for me. I wouldn't. I don't like eating stuff like that.
We'll see if we can make it happen for you, Blab.
Yeah, I will probably just eat one and then throw them out, but I will try it for the good.
And no wonder the U.S. is one of the
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll keep
biggest.
I think more than anything, I want you to try the Oreo.
The biggest countries or country in the world.
Why would you make me do that?
Or what I'm saying is they have the highest number of obese
You know how hard it is to clean sugar?
obesity.
How many
Fucking
things have you
alcohol.
eaten where
Because they imagine that cookies and soda in one.
It's like spewing. So, yeah. And like one time I spilled
And
my keyboard, like it was Fireball.
the zero sugar thing, I don't believe that.
Off the keys and everything and scrub with rubbing alcohol. And it was not a good time, so listen, I never wanted
I've had I've tasted or tried a zero sugar Coke. I forgot what it's called. It's not diet. It doesn't taste good, but there was still a bit of sweetness to it.
Like, Blabs, just drink the Coke.
Maybe I'm autistic.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but let's worry about the Oreos first and foremost, okay?
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, let's move on to another quick hit here.
Wait, before we move on, there's a really
Okay.
great question in the chat. The real question is, would you dip the Coke-Oreos in milk? Or would you dip the Coke Oreos inside the Coke flavored Oreo?
No.
You know, I would say I would never mix Coke and milk.
Okay, I'm going to pause this because I need to move to a different location. Let's see. Let's go to this one, X3 Degraded Factory. I hope it's not. I'm going to lower my complexity. There you go, so that everyone will appear as gray people. They will appear as an alien, the Greys. There you go. There you go. We see gray. Gray. Gray, gray, gray. Okay, let's see here. Nearby chat. I need to be a member of the degraded way. Okay, how do I click join? Nope. I need to leave another group. Okay, let's leave this one. I just joined it and now I'm leaving it. I'm leaving the group so I could join this one. Come on, I already did. It did not allow me to leave. There is a limit to how many groups you can join inside. Okay, X3. Terminal balance, 3,482 Linden dollars. That is a lot of Linden dollars. Okay, let me move a little bit to here. Okay. My virtual flower is growing. Good. Excuse me. Okay, so that's good. I've set up my avatar. Going back to
Do you ever had a float that's like
side scrollers.
Those are good. Laverne and
I haven't had
Shirley.
one since I was like 10,
I
but
do,
I
yeah,
remember
sorry,
enjoying
Greg.
them.
Sure did, Blabs. Sure did. All right. Speaking of derailing, let's talk about the Borderlands movie for a minute. That movie.
Ooh, the Borderlands movie. How nice.
It's been a lot, man. It is destroyed. It will not make its money back. It's almost impossible for it to make its money back at this point.
It was horrible too.
You saw it, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we had your 2-minute review of it, didn't we? Yes.
Oh wait, that was already last Friday. Sorry.
Hey, there you go. So there's been a lot of talk about it being potentially the worst movie ever, and Uwe Boll is tied to a lot of video game movie crossovers that have been thought of. They've been panned over the years, right? And I think as you move away and these films get further and further away, they almost have like rose-colored glasses, or they kind of have a cultish like I don't know, like a cultish type feeling to them, where
kind of like The Room. Street Fighter is probably the best example, because that movie's incredible, even though it is bad.
Right. But Uwe Boll was out there, and he has always been. Uwe Boll is the guy who made those movies. He made, let's see, he did Far Cry. He
House
did
of the Dead, In Name
Resident
of the King,
Evil.
which is Dungeons. No, he didn't do Resident Evil.
No, not a
That
Resident
was,
Evil. I'm sorry.
Alone in the Dark, right?
Alone in
Yes.
the Dark, yes. Wait, what
But
was one of the, we actually did on Epic Mike and Josiah show, we did a video game movie tier list. So actually these titles are pretty fresh in my mind. Blood
great.
Rain, that was another one.
Yes.
That was the only one that we gave a high ranking to, because you see the Terminator 3 girl naked in it.
Let's go. All right, nice.
Yeah.
Also, how horrible of you to acknowledge her nudity. Anyways,
she's a beautiful woman.
with that said, he was posted up on over on X. This guy said this is actually kind of a funny little tweet here. They're talking about this guy who passed on in I don't know. There's a direct correlation with how these guys look, and he's talking about this guy Igor Diet, who faked his death in the mountains and moved to Germany, where he changed his name to Uwe Boll and became a shitty filmmaker. And it's it's just like a kind of like a conspiracy theory. So Uwe Boll responded to this as, if by shitty you mean the best filmmaker who ever lived on planet Earth, then yes, Uwe Boll is shitty. Also, I'm not an 88-year-old dead guy. Which may be the most like Uwe Boll statement ever. Uwe Boll thinks he's the greatest, and this is the Uwe Boll that I came for. That's my boy right there, Uwe Boll. It's awesome, and I love it. So good on Uwe Boll for letting people know and rejecting that idea to half court, because he knows he is the
He's
best.
also essentially the founder of influencer boxing, because he wanted to box the people who gave his movie a bad review.
Right. You are correct. He was a trendsetter, as most geniuses truly are. Yes, Uwe Boll.
We didn't know what we had.
Man,
Or have.
and you know what's funny about that is, like, you see video game journalists go back and they look at, they're like, oh, he boxed these people, and they make it sound like it was a bad thing, but these guys all stepped into the ring with him, and he beat the holy shit out of them. One in particular, like, he beat the holy hell out of him. It was great.
This is the instinct that, oh, this guy's such a terrible filmmaker, I bet he's not good at anything. It's like, have you ever boxed before? And if the answer to that is no, don't assume you're going to beat a dude who boxes at boxing. The sport doesn't work that way.
Who was an amateur boxer? Yes, I mean, it's like, that's probably not a good thing to do. Probably not a good thing to do. All right, let's move on real quick as we continue on. By the way, Doc Mars came in with 4 months. Says the good John recommends mayo in your Oreo Coke. No. And DB Wild says, told a coworker about the coffee mayo vomit, and he said his mother used to mix Coke and milk to drink. He said it tastes like Kahlua. Huh, that's interesting. As Jeff is shaking, yeah.
Kahlua does not taste like that.
Because of the existence of like a root beer float, I don't think I can entirely dismiss that as a possibility of tasting okay. Because it's like, I have mixed dairy with soda before and remember enjoying it, though.
Yeah,
I was probably like 10 the last time I had one.
I think there's definitely a correlation between the two. And yeah, okay. Will you try that, Blabs? Will you try the?
No.
Okay, never mind.
You wouldn't try a float, like an ice cream float?
No, I think floats are actually pretty gross. Even just looking at them, all like the foamy frothiness at the top. It's like, that looks like someone threw up at the very top.
Also,
It's a no from me, dog.
Take a float over mayonnaise coffee any day of the week. Actually, ice cream and coffee, not terrible either.
It's was it called an affogato or something? I get that whenever I'm out.
I don't even know, but it's delicious.
I appreciate that Blabs is just like legitimately. Anytime you just mention mayo and coffee, like she has.
What is wrong with you?
It
like, are
hurts
you
me
serious?
too, Craig. Just so you know.
It actually does hurt. Listen, I grind my coffee every day. I have a grinder.
Do you whip-
Lavazza
Nice.
coffee. Okay?
Do you
This is
whip
a
your
serious
mayonnaise every
thing.
day?
Do I eat mayonnaise every day? No, but I did have it in my sandwich this morning for breakfast.
So you've mixed coffee and mayonnaise today, then?
Not at the same time, bro.
In your
You can
mouth.
argue that with every single thing then. Ooh, you mixed it
Not
together.
with what I eat, 'cause
No,
I never
don't
eat
trigger
mayonnaise.
me, Jeff. Do not trigger me. No. Anyway.
That's what I do.
Hi, Craig. How's it going?
He does it. His show is called World Class Bullshitters. Right? just throwing it out. I just want to point that out. Demio says still more normal than Shrek flavored Oreos. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Demio.
What is that?
Tastes like dick. Norm came in and says,
How do you know what dick tastes like?
I tried the Oreo, the Shrek tasting Oreos. That's
This is some interesting, dude. This week is just like you coming out of the closet. A little
Well,
recap for everybody.
do that.
He thinks Scarlett Johansson is fine. What else was it yesterday? What did you say? What that
No,
was
no.
kind of? Oh yeah, yoga. That's right. You like yoga, and now you know what dick tastes like. Interesting.
What's wrong with yoga? What's
we were just
pretty
making
good
fun of him.
exercise, actually.
Yeah.
No,
like,
it is a hard exercise, but we were just saying he's gay. So.
Flexibility and stability.
That was funny. That was funny.
Lift an iron.
How did you know what dick tastes like?
You know what's
Look, lifting weights is one thing the gays have right, okay? Let's not take that away from them.
not trying Oreo soda for the show. That's gay.
So I just switched back my microphone to push to talk,
Watches an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
but instead of push,
Oh, I would definitely drink the Oreo.
maybe I should. Yeah, maybe not.
We've been covering Arnold Schwarzenegger movies on Forge, the show I do with Metal Commander. If you want, you can watch one with us and join the show.
Nope.
I wonder which key is best for push to talk.
That's right. Benjamin says, would you dip the Coke Oreos in mayonnaise? No, Benjamin, stop it.
Stop it. Just
Norm
because
says,
you can doesn't mean you should.
says we deserve.
So right now I assigned my push to talk button to the
that is spectacular.
numpad minus key.
For a drink called Paralyzer.
It's used to be on my mouse, but whenever I push the button to talk and I'm on my browser, it would do something else.
An amazing video on Outer Wilds. If you guys have not played Outer Wilds and don't plan to,
I don't know how to unbind that. You know, it's like it's hard coded to the browser that the mouse 4 and mouse 5 buttons do something.
Uwe Boll, Paul W.S. Anderson, or Eli Roth. Personally, I believe Paul is the GOAT. So many poopy films.
Eli Roth, yeah, he's made a lot of good movies, or at least decent movies. So it would be hard. Like honestly, when I first heard about the Borderlands movie, it was at like some Jeff Keighley event or something, or E3, when Gearbox was doing a thing, and they had this video of Randy Pitchford walking around the set, essentially pretending to be friends with all the celebrities working on the movie. Eli Roth looked like he didn't want to be on that set at all. Like I feel like he just needed some money, agreed to this, was contractually obligated, and they probably just gave him a whole list of things he had to do because he looked pissed. And I feel like this isn't probably his creative baby, but also, I mean, Robert Rodriguez made Book of Boba Fett, so maybe the Quentin Tarantino prodigies don't stay good forever.
No.
Or proteges, sorry, not prodigies.
All right, let's go and move on to another thing in the video game space. Thank you for that, Mark. And good question.
That was video game.
Bobby. But but this is video game streamer thing happening in real life happening. We have seen a lot of controversial things happen in the last couple months. We've seen the Mr. Beast stuff, right? We've had a lot of people talking inappropriate to children. Let's be clear. We have the Dr. Disrespect stuff where he talked about he was talking inappropriately to minors. We had the Chris Tyson thing. We had this Mr. T Lexify guy, Blabs, right?
Yes.
Where whatever. There's been a lot of like things been thrown out there.
It's
So there's a lot of people who
in the wood chippers.
Yes. So there have been a lot of people who have been very, I don't know, they've been tiptoeing around how they should speak when streaming and who they should speak to, probably rightfully so. Ninja, on the other hand, was streaming the other day. And, I think Ninja's career is over after this moment. Just go see what happened in real time. Has anybody seen this?
Nope.
I think I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen this one just earlier. So that was a clip
such a good
So
guy.
it was clipped from this
Never heard of this person before, but you
live stream.
No one here to avenge me, bro. Ooh, good shotgun. Hey, yo, bro, I'm unfazed. I'm gonna be there, or Con Man, I don't know who I'm watching. Con Man, I'm gonna be there in 3 seconds, bro. Let me get that thunder shotty, bro. Let me give you that Gluck 9000 for it. Actually, never mind. I don't know how old you are.
What's that, Labs?
I laughed. Go look my
So yeah, that is an oral sex technique popularized by a podcast that my wife listens to called "Call Me Daddy." Call her daddy. Call her daddy.
Okay.
Like 9000. So that was a reference
Yeah.
to a blowjob.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mark. I had no
Thank
idea.
you. Yes, appreciate
Hey,
that,
being
Mark.
married teaches you things sometimes.
Let's go. All right, so here we go. Let's continue.
Give you that Gluck 9000 for it. Actually, never mind. I don't know how old you are.
Okay, so look, by the way, watch what he says, then watch his watch how the realization of what he's saying right here.
Gluck 9000 for it.
Like at that point, he's like,
Oh, how old are you?
Oh shit!
All right.
I'm playing Fortnite. This guy's probably 6.
Right. So here's where it turns.
Actually, never mind. I don't know how old you are. Honestly, bro, my life is ruined, bro. Like, I wish I was just like a kid again, so I could say whatever I want and not be held responsible.
The actual ninja.
Oh fuck, dude, it's all over.
Well, that is quite easy to fix.
So he's talking.
Just don't say anything
It's all over, dude. GG, boy.
that will get you canceled.
To my family, I'd like to apologize to my stream.
What you should do is, when you are playing a game that is popular with kids, always keep
all my donators
in mind that, or just think that everyone you're talking with or talking to are kids, so that you won't suddenly say things that are inappropriate.
There we go. Right there.
That is my mindset when I'm in Second Life. I just think of everyone as guys.
Of him realizing, well, I don't think I can actually say that right now during this, and then with the little kids like, hey, is that the real ninja? On top of that was great. Have you guys ever
Again, I still think the title of the clip
probably would regret
was misleading.
Everybody has.
Everybody said it.
Yeah, honestly, I've never been too much of a shit.
Anyway, well, I don't think Ninja will be canceled for that, because even he realized.
My Halo days were. I was.
Besides, he didn't know. He had no idea that the other player he was messing with was a kid.
You will be teabagged if I have the space for it.
Also, when I'm playing games that Fortnite, I did play Fortnite, maybe not for long, gave it a try. When I play games like that, what I would do is I would turn off everyone's microphone. No one is allowed to talk, and I'm not,
Virtual assaults, yeah.
and I don't listen to anyone.
Teabagging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Standing over somebody and someone gets so shit. But well,
Yeah, this dude, I was playing Call of Duty like a year ago because I haven't played Call of Duty in forever. And this guy kept calling me like baby girl, and I was like, get fucked, I ain't your baby girl, fuck you, my mom doesn't love you. Yeah, it's fine. I just started yelling at him.
Oh, Blabs! I just realized that Blabs said the F word. This live stream is gonna be demonetized.
or to win in that situation is to win in that situation.
Yeah, well, I was actually doing a lot better than he was too. He was like the random guy on our team. It was 3 of us plus him, and he ended up quitting. And I was saving his butt anyway. So.
And regarding my push to talk button, I switch it back to, well, not switch it back. I changed it to the caps lock key, because
that cancellation
with the caps lock key I can hold it down and still use my mouse. With the numpad minus sign or minus key,
I guess in
I
his
won't be able to use my mouse.
said that and then was trying to do damage control. So I don't think this is a situation where he's constantly like messaging little kids. It's
Right,
just like
of
he
course.
did that. He's realized like, oh crap, I play Fortnight. I can't say stuff like that.
Of course, yeah.
Play
and he's-
Quake. There's no little kids playing Quake. I guarantee you.
It's just funny. It's funny stuff.
No kids. Come on, I've seen in a gaming cafe. I've seen kids play Quake.
The cyborg. Yes.
And a side note, I saw one gaming cafe. There were I don't know what game they were playing. There were a bunch of kids. They were playing a first-person shooter, and they had cheats on screen. Amazing. So the gaming cafe are allowing the use of cheats. I guess maybe that's the reason why the cafe is popular, because it's allowing cheats. There was like a bunch of kids,
No, let's move on.
and
also
I was watching from the glass wall. There was like I didn't enter because I don't think it's nice to just enter and watch the people there playing. So I was outside, but there was a glass wall, so I could see a few of the computers, and they had cheats enabled. It was right on top of their screen. My goodness, they were using wall hacks. I'm not sure if they were using aimbot, but the wall hacks and the cheat was on screen.
Baby girl.
Don't do that.
Nope, won't wind well for you.
Blabs, I want to let you know that you just.
When I was younger, I used to play on gaming cafes because I didn't have a console.
This is going to be kind of interesting stuff. It's going to move into play.
I think I spent all my allowance on gaming cafes.
We got a new secret agent game on the way. Have you guys heard about this game?
And then later realized I should have just saved all my money. As they say, regret is hindsight. I was thinking, if I had saved all my allowance in 1 year,
It looks pretty interesting.
I could have bought a PlayStation 1, or maybe back then a Super Nintendo.
Agent Dog.
But then again, the problem now
Let's check it
is the games, because the games are also super expensive. Oh my goodness, what is that? Ah, come on, it's laggy. Oh, it's Rin Tin Tin. Is this Rin Tin Tin the game? Is this the Toy Story the game? The physics looks weird. It sounds bad.
It's a spaceship. Yo, I'm so in. I'm so in.
Sort of the same concept of that game, Stray, but looks like it has a better premise and a better animal.
Right, and I was gonna say the dog, the animal, like the animal open world game, or this has become a thing. You mentioned Stray, Barcore. Somebody mentioned.
Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of the genre.
There was a Disney movie where it's Bolt, yes, where he was like a superhero, but it was all a TV thing.
It wasn't real. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't. This certainly is not like a AAA game by any means. It's meant to be just like a fun video game, right?
I'm gonna try it. I'm definitely gonna try it. If it's free, I'm in.
There is one very beloved game in which you play as a four-legged creature. Has anyone ever played Okami?
No.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okami is one of the first like big cel-shaded games, and it was made by Hideki Kamiya, who does like the Bayonetta games and stuff, and was one of the last Capcom games before he and Shinji Mikami left to go make Platinum.
Yeah, Okami is definitely considered a classic in the world of that was Okami was GameCube.
Yes,
right?
GameCube.
No.
It's also on Wii. Wait, was it on? I think it's on PS2 as well. I have the emulated GameCube version on my Steam Deck.
Don't sell it to the internet. Nintendo's gonna come get you. Okay.
I played Little Kitty Big City that came out a couple months ago, and that was actually a really cute game.
Oh, I keep getting that on my Xbox homepage. I'm just like, hey,
It's
maybe.
cute. It's like what, like an hour or 2 hours long video game, but it's got very charming like gameplay aspects, like cat mannerisms, because you play as a cat who's lost in the city. But like you can trip people and knock them over, so that's kind of fun. I just really enjoyed knocking people over.
Your gaming is so much more wholesome than mine. I'm playing this one where you're on.
You're mocking people over or knocking? I think it's knocking. I misheard.
Yeah, I like violence actually.
There's a recent game too where you play as a crab called Another Crab's Treasure, and it's a Souls-like game where you play as this little crab because the ocean government repossessed his shell because he doesn't know what taxes are. So he's killing his way across the ocean to get his shell back and find out why he even needs to pay taxes at all.
Okay, that is a great video game premise.
It's on Game Pass.
Like I love everything about that. The idea that like we talk about these like stealth games, you know, Metal Gear Solid, these cinematic experiences, God of War, you know, you're playing the movie. If you were to go back to the 90s, right? Like let's think about this. At its core, right? What is one of the most popular game franchises ever, right? Super Mario Brothers. A plumber goes to a fictional land, goes down pipes, eats mushrooms to save a princess from a lizard king, right? That's the most bizarre fucking concept in the world. And it's one of the most beloved franchises ever, right? That's what makes video games so much fun, is the bizarre nature of video games and the fact that you're doing things that you can't do in real life, this fictional nature. So if we got a game about a dog that's a secret agent that's using grappling hooks and you know, crazy powers and parkouring all over the place, hey, I'm all for that. I think that's great. And I think that sounds like a perfect game for you, Blabs.
I'm down.
Of course.
Any premise can work if the execution is good. Like there are premises that on their face are better than others, but ultimately it'll come down to like, how is the game? What does the gameplay like?
Of course. As Victus points out, he says the villain in Barkor looks like the engineer straight out of Torchlight 2, just needs a monocle.
This is a great mustache.
Thank you, Victus. Appreciate that. And Benjamin says, check out Deer Simulator. Also, all right.
Monkey, that actually is a game. Oh, fuck, what was it called? I played it on Steam Next Fest, but there is a game called Monkey spelt like that, and it's just basically Doom Eternal's movement, but you're a chimpanzee and all you do is climb and run.
Oh, I played Goat Simulator.
Oh, me too. I actually got good at it.
I played it once, and honestly, that was enough for me.
That was my pandemic game. That and Borderlands, the trilogy.
See, that was Star Wars Battlefront 2 for me. But I'm like obsessed and addicted to Zoo Tycoon 2 again. Like I picked it up recently after not playing it for many years, like the original stuff in 2005, and I am addicted. It's bad. I'm like, I need to build a zoo now. Yeah.
Goat of Duty is actually pretty good too. And actually,
Goat of Duty? Yes,
Blabs.
we played that trailer, Craig. With Melanie, I think it was.
Blabs,
that game looks like fun.
What's wild though is you brought it up in the episode where you said you had no idea what Quake is, and the reason I like Goat of Duty was that it's basically just a Quake 3 mod. Like that's what Quake multiplayer feels like, really.
And I'll just go play Goat of Duty, and I'll be
Quake.
fine.
Quake's amazing.
Goat of Duty.
All right. Well, speaking of games that you can play that people love, talking about, I want to move on to the idea of exclusivity in video games. But before we do,
Play Twin B.
Ian with 10 gifted memberships. Let's go, Ian. Thank you.
That was fun.
Extremely exceptional. And Blast
Spent a lot of coins on that.
Yes. Thank you, Ian. If you guys got gifted membership, make sure.
And then it got released on
that would be wonderful.
The NES, I believe.
Appreciate that greatly. All right, let's go to continue on here. Now,
another game that I spent a lot of coins when I was in elementary was Time Pilot.
Against exclusivity.
We were beating the game so much. We were spending a lot of time on the machine that the one or the owner of the location had to buff up the difficulty, but it was too much.
we all know that is changing, and the idea of you want to
buff up the difficulty too much that
consoles or whatever.
No one played the game anymore. It was too difficult.
Kind of changing the way that they think about exclusivity. And they had an experiment not too long ago where they brought Sea of Thieves over from the Xbox to the PlayStation 5. And that apparently went really well, as there's a rumor that's popped off that coming up very soon as next week, the idea of a big Xbox exclusive will no longer be exclusive and be brought over to the PlayStation 5, and that is Forza Horizon 5, going from the Xbox to the PlayStation 5. But we're not done yet, because there are other games that are potentially rumored to be going that way. First, let's start there. The idea of Xbox kind of looking at and saying, hey, we're going to play nice, and we're going to sell as many copies as we can on as many consoles as we possibly can. Let's start there. Jeff, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm old school where I do like exclusivity. It was kind of fun to, have to play your Nintendo to get your Mario, this, that, and the other. But I'm also, as an Xbox guy, I'm not mad that the exclusives are getting lessened, because I don't really think the exclusives that get put on multiple consoles are that great. Like Forza, all right, I'm not really a Forza guy. Sea of Thieves really wasn't my cup of tea. I think when I think of exclusives, I think of more the Nintendo exclusives, because there's a sameness to other games, and when you kind of put everything on PC, there's about 20 games that look the same. You're like, well, this is this one because it takes place on this planet, or this is that. And that's kind of what I like about exclusives, because there's a uniqueness to a lot of that.
Out of curiosity, though, how would those same games be any different on the platform where they would be exclusive if people would also just buy it on whatever they like? I feel like it just
because you have a universal set of standards that you need to meet. In terms of like Nintendo, you might argue that the Switch is an inferior system because you can't do 4K ray tracing, or you may not be able to do what you can do on other consoles. But I have more creativity coming at me at that game than I do something that's a multi-plat that's got a couple $100 million on it. Like, for example, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a beautiful game that really maximizes everything you can do with technology. But I still would rather play in the inferior version of Zelda, where it's exclusive to that, because there's just a soul to it, and it's original, it's unique. Each console has its own branding, makes it feel like a different thing every time I play their games.
So the counter argument I give to that is the difference between the hardware that Red Dead Redemption is running on and the hardware that Tears of the Kingdom, for example, is running on, is just that. It's hardware. Software is the thing that you're saying you like. And if Tears of the Kingdom was a game that was scalable, released on PC, even Xbox and PlayStation, A, it would have sold a lot more, and B, it would run and look way better just scaling that target spec. So it would
by
run the
saying
same
something
on
would
Switch.
sell more on something that already has a bigger install base, just because it's a computer. Like me, I have a gaming computer. I'm running it on for the channel, but I don't game on this thing.
Yeah,
I have access to all this stuff, but I still choose to be a console gamer.
The thing is, if anyone who wants to give you money is on a different platform, there's not really a business downside to you allowing them to do that, unless your goal is to sell hardware.
Honestly, I was if I was a business, I'd want my games, even if I have my own console, I'd want the games sold in other consoles and platforms as well.
But I think
it will bring in more. Obviously, those who own my console will already buy it. Imagine other owners of those who own other consoles will buy it as well, and other platforms will buy it. That means more money.
It intrinsically has its own value, and it doesn't really matter what kind of software you put on any of the hardware. Ultimately,
what happened?
That more people can play it and the people will make more money, which means more of those games will happen. I think the biggest problem is that a lot of people think big publishers need to also have a console, when some of them aren't particularly great at developing hardware, even if they're like Nintendo.
Also, his argument is, imagine if the game, the exclusive game in Switch was released in PC. His argument is gonna be, it'll be bigger, it will look better, it will.
Most humans have, so
yes, I
that's
think
probably the
you've
reason.
thought about this more than all of human together. But anyway, I actually miss the days when games were different on each console because
Same.
of like holding things. Like I always had a PC growing up, so I always played the PC.
For example, back in the day, we have the NES and the Mega Drive. So, I don't know which one is more. I think the Mega Drive is more powerful, I think. So if you have a game in NES and you port it and you also release it in Mega Drive, it will look better or worse. It depends, I guess, on the game.
Specifications were so radically different that they need to like those aren't different versions of the same game. Those are different games being independently developed as a different thing.
Game.
No, it's not. Like, that's what I'm trying to get you to stop thinking. It is not the same game. It is a different game where they're trying to adapt the same material. Say if it's like a Harry Potter
But
game
I'm
or
just
something.
saying, I miss when we had that type of fun stuff with all the different, basically exclusivity. Because I
loved it for the James Bond.
Ultimately, it just means you have to buy more plastic boxes to play video games. When honestly, you
Have
probably
you seen the
have
guy
a
with
plastic.
400 consoles? That's fine.
Sure, and being a
Look
console
behind Jeff.
collector.
Do you think
is a
that's an issue?
Yeah, you think Jeff cares about
Look
plastic?
at Jeff's
him.
collection.
Well, no, but like I mean, not everyone is a collector, though, right? And like as a person, I collect Star Wars toys for most of my youth. I understand that there's people out there who do not have 6 AT-ATs.
First world problem. I have to collect all the different versions.
No,
no,
no. You don't. I'm saying you shouldn't have to buy additional things that perform the same function of a device that you already own.
Why not?
Because
Why does everyone have to have the
why don't they make exclusive Blu-ray players that you can only play Sony movies on or Disney movies on? Why don't they do that? It'd be so much fun. You can put your Disney movie in your Disney Blu-ray player, and it'd be so much better. It's like no, it's the same thing.
No, completely different thing. You're talking about you're talking about a secondary release of a different product. Video games exist to be video games. Those movies are already studio release things. It's
You're
just
putting a
different
disc into a
format to
drive
consume.
and experiencing media, man. It's the same thing. It's
But
just you've
that's
been
anything
trained
if you
to
wanna-
think.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm with Mark here.
Nintendo GameCube's exactly the same thing as a PlayStation 2. There's no difference. It's the
I mean,
same thing.
from a power standpoint, a little bit, but they also were not developed the same way. So porting between, in particular,
No,
actually,
I
Xbox,
completely
PS2,
understand. I'm just saying I think your logic is hollow on that. You put it's a device, you put a plastic thing in to watch data, because that's anything that says then
Yes, exactly. Any
that's
computer
just
that
for
has the
purpose.
ability to run that game should be able to run that game, whoever, not taking into account who you bought it from. And like I think the evidence for that is just the way the PC market works. You don't have games that are exclusive to Nvidia graphics cards, and no one on PC cares. They're still going to buy an Nvidia graphics card over an AMD because they want, say, DLSS, or the pricing of an AMD one's better, so they might go AMD. We would have more competition in the console space if consoles were not individual things that had their own group of like sycophantic followers.
I agree with him.
PlayStation's the best no matter what kind of crap they release or good.
Also, they will sell more games. They'll make more money to make more games.
Price point. This is the level of quality I want. This is the maximum resolution for the TV that I own. And this one's for me, while that one's for you. And if games are built to be scalable, all you have to do is set a target specification and say anything less powerful than this will not be able to run this game. And you have your 1080p 30 FPS version of a game on the lowest end hardware and be able to run that same game at 4K 120 FPS on a PC or 4K 60 on a PS5, you know? It would be a better world, I'm telling you. And it's going there anyways, and I guarantee you no one's going to...
though. I think you'd have to pull off a bandage for a lot of that to work.
Yeah, and I think the bandage is being ripped off slowly now with PlayStation putting their stuff on PC, Xbox putting their stuff on PlayStation, and Nintendo is probably going to be the last one to go. But right now, as of right now, because the Switch 2 is not out or even officially announced, every single Nintendo game ever made you can play on a PC right now. Because there's emulators for every Nintendo platform. So I have tons of Nintendo
Mark
games that I
trying
can
to
play.
like out himself against Nintendo right
No,
now.
no, that's
Come knocking
fine.
on your doors. But I have a genuine question here.
Mark is right.
Games coming
I'm
out.
agreeing with this guy.
Shit, because they're supposed to come out for Nintendo Switch as well. Don't you think it should have just been omitted Nintendo Switch and have it actually work really well and look well for Xbox?
Yes, but that's a different thing because they have
that's
to make it.
exclusivity for those consoles.
No, but the
plus
thing
PC.
is, you don't have to try to squeeze a game that's way too heavy to put on a platform onto that platform. And when they need to make compromises like that, that is literally this Jim trying to shove software into hardware that it wasn't meant to run so that they can milk money out of people by selling them a shit version because it's the system they own. Whereas
So
all
isn't
those
that
people
the
just
same
had
thing if you're doing it on PC to just
No.
downgrade it then?
No, because who cares? Like if you don't have a PC that can run that thing, you have the option of either upgrading that part or downloading a mod that can let you scale the settings down to something that your computer can run.
You're also that's why PC gaming and console gaming aren't a one-to-one parity, because you're introducing so many extra elements that can turn off a consumer. You got to remember, not everybody knows what you know, or I know, or Blabs or Craig knows. There are basic consumers out there that buy video games for kids, and when you're in,
no, you're wrong. You're wrong, because even now, my kids know more better than me.
invest in one thing, and you gotta, you know.
That is old school thinking. That is old school thinking, because kids today who are gamers, they know more. They know more than all of us old folks here.
Console, it'll just be something like SteamOS, the thing that runs on Steam Deck. No console player who's ever touches a Steam Deck is like, oh, this thing's too complicated, because it's just a console style operating system. If that is just the thing that's on yours, you might have people who say, yeah, the PlayStation this year seems like the one that I should get, because I just want to hook it into the thing and play. I don't want to deal with mouse and keyboard. I want to be able to set up everything using my controller, and that will still exist. The only thing is they won't have to factor in, but what games does my grandkid want to play? Like, I don't know which one has the games he wants. It'll honestly result in fewer parents giving things to their kids that are like, oh, shit, I wanted to play Helldivers with my friends, and this is an Xbox.
Listen, I have the best answer for all of you, which is an answer from Arch, and he is a PC master race, and he has this statement for you all.
That was awful. I hate you now.
I disagree. That is false.
No.
You're using a clip.
No, that's great. With that said, I do want to bring it back to the point of discussion, and thank you, Mark and Jeff, for the spirited conversation.
That's how people with difference of opinions discuss things. Those infected with the woke mind virus, you know what they do? They'll start shouting. They start shouting.
The idea of Sea of Thieves and Forza making their way from the Xbox to the PlayStation. There is one other game that potentially may be announced next week as a part of this. And that is a game that I never, ever, when you speak of exclusivity, would think would make the jump to a Sony console. And that game, according to these potential rumors,
The Elder Scrolls.
the Master Chief Collection.
Actually,
Halo,
that was the
Master
first one that was ever rumored to be coming to PlayStation, and that like 2 years ago. There was news that they were tinkering with making a PS5 version of MCC, and it never materialized. But I mean, that's not a surprise to me, because honestly, it's probably the first one they should have brought over.
That is, to me, like, look, Master Chief is the face of Microsoft and will always be the face of Microsoft. Okay, then who is?
No one.
Right,
They
that's
don't,
what I'm
they
saying.
don't have a mascot right now.
Because Halo's
right now,
fallen
but
off.
yeah, traditionally, Craig's right though. Master Chief was their Mario for.
I mean,
how many
sure,
years?
but again, if all the people playing Master Chief Collection or Infinite right now all of a sudden had a whole big group of players who are now populating the servers and making the game more healthy, I don't see how that's a bad thing for those guys either. Other
Well,
than
nobody
like,
said
oh,
you
he's
gotta
our
feel bad.
mascot, now he's on the other team. Boo! It's like, who cares? Who gives a shit? Like you're still playing the game on the system you wanted to play.
Jeff said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
didn't, we didn't go there.
I'm saying like the mascot nature is it's kind of irrelevant. It's not something that's really focused on these days. I think the only one now with a functioning
Tell that to Nintendo.
okay,
right?
my sentence was the only one with a functioning mascot right now is Nintendo with Mario, because who's PlayStation's mascot? Who's
Right, because
like Xbox's? Who's
Nintendo
Nvidia's?
has
Who's AMD's? Who's
destroyed.
Intel's?
Nintendo has destroyed all of their like. There's no reason for them to have mascots, because at the end, you know who was Sony's mascot for a long time? Kevin Butler, the fake PR person on
Actually,
the
that's fair.
commercials.
Yeah, he was
right?
funny.
It was a great ad back in the day, but literally since Kevin Butler, we haven't seen an advert like any sort of and PlayStation in general, they've never really had a mascot. For a while, it was like, oh, it was
Crash
Spyro,
Bandicoot.
and
It was
then it was
Crash
Crash Bandicoot, right?
That
It was
Crash Bandicoot first. So he was the one that did those shit talking outside Nintendo videos, like the commercials.
Right. And you're right, but that was a very small window of time, and then it just kind of like that was like PlayStation 2 era. That was 20-something years ago now at this point.
I believe
Who cares about mascots?
it's because video games.
As far as I'm concerned, Mario is the mascot of Nintendo. Sonic is the mascot of Sega.
Sega needs the Sonic.
I guess when it comes to, at least for me, for PlayStation, it would be Tekken.
Their mascot's like a big first
Tekken.
And the mascot thing sort of started decreasing in importance, and now it's just like everyone plays.
For Neo Geo, that would be, you know, the Final Fight guys.
Every time a PlayStation commercial comes on with Aloy telling them to buy a game, it's like.
But that is just for me because those are, you know, the games and the consoles that I'm kind of have tried or played back in the day.
Mascots over the years. It has Ratchet, Sackboy. Remember Sackboy?
Oh yeah, Sackboy was a big deal for a minute.
That was an attempt at them saying, yeah, we need a kid-friendly mascot because mascots tend to pull in kids.
Right. Nathan Drake, obviously the exclusivity associated with that. Kratos, Polygon Man, obviously that was like the first one way back in the day when it came to.
And of course, don't forget about Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man.
5 mascot.
What is that? The N64 mascot.
But here's the thing, though: when you talk about these mascots for these different companies, right? You can point to Sony had this, all these mascots over the last 30 years, right? Xbox, their mascot was Master Chief, right? And over the last several releases of Halo, the game has become less and less relevant, right? But Nintendo, on the other hand, there's one mascot. It's Mario, and it has been literally since day one. He's never been more relevant than he is now. You have movies coming out, you have so like when it comes to the idea of exclusivity, right? Nintendo doesn't need to bring its games over to other consoles. When you buy a Nintendo console, you're buying it for Nintendo games.
I would just argue that they'd make a shitload more money if they did. Like right now, who's buying a Nintendo Switch to play Breath of the Wild? Breath of the Wild specifically, not just any Zelda.
Now or ever? Because
right now, right now.
Well, what are we talking? 7 years ago? Like
Okay. That said, if Breath of the Wild was released on Steam, do you think it would make any money today? It was like, yeah, it's been 7 years. We're going to put Breath of the Wild on Steam to get people into Zelda on Steam.
It will make a lot of money.
Nintendo lose money? Or would they
in the
make
future
a
it might
shitload
because it would no, because here's the thing. If you
release the game now, 7 years later on Steam, people will buy it.
Wait for PC, and they just won't ever buy a Nintendo. So you buy the Nintendo strategy works because you got to remember too. Microsoft and Sony are companies that make other things. These are just their divisions of another bigger company.
Right.
Microsoft doesn't really care about the gaming. They make Windows and all this other crap. Same with Sony. How many chips and other devices
Well,
do they make?
the gaming is
these are
Sony's
just
most profitable division, so I think Sony does very much care about the games because it's kind of saving them right now.
But they're not. That's not their only thing.
Yeah, I'm
they're
aware of
not
that too.
historically always known
But
for that.
I would argue that the thing Nintendo, and granted, I earlier on talked about me really liking the design of the Switch, thinking its form factor was pretty revolutionary, and it's the reason why we have things like Steam Deck and the ROG Ally right now. So good on you, Nintendo, for that one. But I would not argue Nintendo as being an incredible hardware manufacturer. They are incredible at making video games. So if it gets to the point that it's like, okay, look, these publishers don't need to build their own box in order to have people play them. Everyone's got things that play video games on them, and we're still going to shoot for the blue water strategy of let's not make our games super heavy and hard to run. Let's make this well-designed with good art styles that can scale, that people can buy them if they want to buy our hardware. Or if
the Mark guy makes a lot of sense.
Mario games forever, and the only difference will be the Switch spec, the one that they design it, and it's perfectly designed to run on that. But then anyone who wants to say, okay, 720p, why don't we bump that resolution up to 4K? Okay, 30 FPS cap, why don't we unlock that frame rate? If you can do things like that, that will just make the games run, play, and look better. And I honestly don't think that Nintendo is at the point where their hardware business is the thing keeping them afloat. I think it's the fact that they sell a hell of a lot of games, and they're not selling nearly as many as they could if they had their games on other platforms.
But they're also bigger branded than ever before. Like Nintendo, that's the bigger picture.
So, for example, if after if all the Nintendo console owners have already bought the game, no one will buy it anymore because they already own it. But if you release it in Steam, those who don't own the console and have no interest in buying the console, but are interested in the game, will be able to buy the game, and that means it's more money for Nintendo.
They're not going to be able to stick around forever just because they'll become impractical at a certain point. And that will just be a huge blow to collectors specifically, although it might actually help them because games get even more rare. But sorry,
So Norm is hitting something here that I think is lost here, right? He says, to be honest, I think if Mario and Zelda went multi-platform, I would feel like something special would be lost. To me, it'd be like a Ferrari being sold in a Toyota dealership. Something just feels off about it, right?
I mean, like, again, it's, I don't want to sound
It's
like
business,
Shapiro,
bro.
but it's like the facts don't care about, like, I mean, yes, it might be like, oh, it's not a Nintendo platform. There's something a little different about this, but that is in your head. Like
But
fundamentally.
no. That's about marketing and branding, man. That is completely not in your head. That is
But
exactly how
the
you
thing
run
is,
a whole business.
I
If you
don't
take
think
that
the
out of your
argument
business-
could be.
I do agree that it's in your head.
core of what a business is. And if you get rid of your business identity for this like open source world crap, that kills a business. And then everything that goes that route goes.
No, it won't kill the business as long as you keep making good games. So you make good games, you list them on your console, and then after a few years, when no one is already buying it from your console, you release it in Steam or in the Epic Game Store. Then you'll make more money.
It doesn't matter if it's the most powerful, and it doesn't matter if it has the biggest install base. They, when everybody else would have an issue, they were cash solvent. They are always moving forward because they march to their own beat of the beat of their own drum, and they don't focus on trying to do things. I don't even like Nintendo. They're not even my favorite company, but you can't argue that their brand is super strong, and because of the things they do and have done, it keeps them there, and it's good business. They're not worried about
I think their brand is strong enough that if they were still just making games and still targeting the same low specifications and focusing on things like gameplay and not doing big cinematic, like, oh, look, you can see the peach fuzz on her face graphics, and they weren't making a console and it was just like any console you have, the new Zelda game comes out and you can play it, I don't see that as a world where people are not going to buy Zelda. They'll be like, oh, Zelda, it's on everything now. I don't care. It's like, no, it's Zelda. Zelda's huge. People
Agreed 100%. Because if the game is good, people will buy it regardless of the console.
see the value in it beyond, well, it's always been that way and it's nice. It's like, that's a weak argument, though. It's hard to prove that.
See, but here's the thing you're missing is I guarantee a company like Nintendo has done the research on this. What if we were to release on PC? What if we were to release on Xbox or PlayStation and did release Mario Kart on it? What would it look like for our business? And
So you're saying like Nintendo doesn't make stupid decisions, Craig?
Listen, there's a reason why they can not make $1 for the next 150 years and still be profitable, right? And still, they are a company that has destroyed the video game industry in a good way over the last 40 years. They literally built the modern video game industry, right?
Yeah, and I like Nintendo games. Three of my favorite games of last year were Nintendo games. I'm not knocking Nintendo's ability to make good games. I just don't necessarily think the hardware they make is usually anything that special, which again, with the exception of Switch being a pretty big deal as far as form factor goes. But in general, it's like Nintendo's just got the weakest hardware that often has a gimmick that most people don't want to use, like the Wii U touchscreens, or to a degree, the motion controls on Wii, which were revolutionary and definitely help with things like VR interface now. But I still think that's ultimately what made Wii not the kind of game where hardcore gamers would want to use as their primary console, because most people just didn't like the motion controls.
Well, no, and on top of that, it wasn't a very strong console. Just technically, it wasn't a very. It didn't stack up to the PlayStation 3 or the Xbox 360. Well, no, it does. When you go back and you look at Call of Duty on the Wii versus the PlayStation 3 and the 360, it very much matters. Right?
But how does Call of Duty play on the Wii?
Like crap.
Well, I mean,
There
yeah,
you
like
go.
crap.
Oh, sorry.
But at the same time, but it goes by, like, if you see gameplay of it on YouTube, or you see a screenshot of the 360 version versus the Wii version, and the Wii version looks like Roblox, right? compared to the 360 version, which looks like a Ferrari, right? Like that's your first impression of the game. You don't even have a chance to get to the point of how does it play, right? It has to look good visually. With that said, great discussion, and I appreciate it. Bob came in and says, emulation is like masturbation. You can say it's the same or better than the real thing, but it just doesn't feel, it just isn't going to feel the same. And you won't convince people who prefer the real thing it's better. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that.
Disagree.
Radial Drago says, how I interpret Mark's logic, why choose between McDonald's or Burger King? both their burgers come from cows. Thank you, Drago. Appreciate that. Sigrun says previous generations of consoles ran on mostly proprietary OSs.
Obviously, the McDonald's and Burger King comparison doesn't work. It doesn't work in this argument, unfortunately.
Mage says the Master Chief Collection doesn't even run correctly on the Xbox. Imagine a port job. The port to the PC didn't go well at all. Thanks, Mage.
I mean, works really well now, but it did have a rough launch.
Lyman, the Coconut says it's hard for us to argue about exclusivity because we aren't MBAs with expertise or knowledge of marketing. Eliminating exclusivity could have long-term effects we armchair experts wouldn't know. So that's what I'm saying. Nintendo has certainly done this research along the way. 1,000.
I think they're being hard-headed.
Master Gawa says exclusive sell consoles. Nintendo.
Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Because now even Microsoft is releasing the games on PlayStation 5. So
Victor came in and says, Mark, you started with your conclusion, then found reasons to get to it. You are incredible.
The Nintendo brand is like the iPhone thing or the Apple brand. People are just buying it for the brand, even though the difference between the one iPhone and the next release is just like maybe a better lens.
Really great. I love it. I love it. It's really fun discussion. Mark came and says, or Michael came and says, Mark's argument totally disregards the fact that Nintendo designs their systems and controllers to provide unique experiences not available anywhere.
How unique is the Nintendo Switch Pro controller, really? Like, I mean, it's got a good gyro in it. I like it. It's a good controller. But what cannot be done on a PlayStation controller that is done on Switch?
Play Zelda.
But
Tim came in. Says,
I can play Zelda with a PlayStation controller right now using my PC.
Tim came in and says Sega stopped producing an exclusive plastic box, and they're still around. This is true, but they're not nearly as relevant, or profitable.
Sonic ruled the world at once.
That's right. They were number one at some point.
Sonic and Sega, though, is now much more profitable than they were in those days, though, because Persona and Yakuza are absolutely killing it right now. Sonic isn't even their biggest thing pulling in money. So
that's interesting. I would actually love to see if that's the case. If they are truly more profitable than they were.
How much
back
you
in
save on R&D? Like, I mean, researching, developing, and producing a console is not cheap. Like, they lose a lot of money making the console as well.
I don't know. I mean, it's a broad statement that we don't know if is true. I mean, a little research would be good on that. Alec Baldwin's finger came in and says, remember when the PS3 allowed you to install your own OS, effectively making your console a PC? Hey, thanks so much, Alec Baldwin's finger. Great to see you, my man. Thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, you could install Linux on the PS3.
Again, I'm with the Mark guy here. The Mark guy makes a lot of sense. The other guys are just trying to defend their favorite brand. They're just defending I guess you can say, a lifestyle. Again, it's the Apple thing again. It's the Apple thing again.
And I wanted to play it before we transition to something else.
Move along.
Move along. Move along.
It's from the special edition, Blabs. Come on.
Because I could see Craig type in the private chat. So all right, let's move on. And I'm like, I got this. I can help.
I just got V2 of the despecialized editions, and man, that's some good Star Wars experience right there.
Well, I appreciate that discussion, and I'll tell you that'll certainly be clipped because I think it's a really good discussion about it'll be titled "The Autistic Conversation of the Autistic."
I'm not autistic officially now.
Yes, I know, but not you. Just the conversation itself, or intense debate over exclusivity, or something like that. It'll be good.
Mark versus Jeff.
Angry Salt Shaker came in with a 10. Says they hated Mark because he told the truth. Hey, thanks, Angry.
Why you booing me? I'm right.
Delta says,
the Mark guy is right. The Mark guy is right.
Since Activision was the parent company. Yes, that is correct. And Anti-Hero says, I feel like we should all apologize to Uwe Boll since he actually made a few decent films. I love Postal, and if you don't, you probably need a hug. P.S. You might have missed my message regarding Beautiful Ladies I've sent about 10 hours ago. Anti-Hero, I did see it. It says, regarding the Scarlet versus Gal Gadot topic, I mentioned Deborah Ann Wolf from the Daredevil series.
Beautiful lady.
Yes, a beautiful woman that doesn't speak to your inner caveman, but might bring out your inner knight who'd be willing to defend her honor with his life. Thank you, Anti-Hero. Appreciate your support over there. Also, continuing on, Aaron says, just look at the perception of PlayStation Now. Now all their games come to Steam. Everyone says they have no games. Also, console.
That is just an exaggeration.
I mean, again, though, like that is
everyone. Really, everyone. Come on.
Like, if you're buying a game because it's an exclusive to your system,
That is a super lie. Come on. There's a lot of PC owner that don't have a PlayStation 5.
Get it then. Like that was all PlayStation had, because Horizon and God of War, whatever that became, I'm not into it anymore. But Spidey would have made me spend $500.
Because it's mental.
the downside to the staggering, though, not just releasing them at the same time, is by the time Spider-Man 2 comes out on PC, you might just not have any interest in it anymore. And that's why I would make the argument that like
Spider-Man,
the staggering doesn't really make too much of a difference.
Excuses. Oh, well, that's me. It's a little bit different. Suddenly becomes different.
So Nash came in here and says Nintendo has put out games on other platforms in the past, CDI and mobile. They didn't do well outside their ecosystem. Now, Nash.
Number one, those consoles are not popular. My goodness, it's not even a comparison.
The anomaly, right? Because that was when Nintendo was not Nintendo that it is today in that situation. With that said, you mentioned the mobile games. I do have some data. I saw the super chat, so I did a quick Google search on this, and I found this article, which is pretty amazing when it comes to their mobile games. Right now, these are games that are not ports of existing games. They are games designed specifically for mobile, a mobile experience. So with that said, what do you think? They have released 6 games for mobile. These include Dr. Mario World, Super Mario Run, Dragalia Lost, Mario Kart Tour, Animal Cross Pocket Camp, and Fire Emblem Heroes. 6 games. What do you think their total revenue was for these 6 games? This is as of 2022, so this has certainly gone up.
If it's mobile, the number might be insane. I have no idea, though.
Jeff, you got any thoughts on this?
4 million.
40 million?
No, 4.
4 million. You think they generated 4 million on this? Okay.
Like you're talking like 4 million, like unit sales, right? We're not talking.
No, I think total revenue of these games.
Oh, sorry. Let's say $50 million.
$50 million. This number is going to shock you. As this is as of 2022, Nintendo Mobile has generated $1.8 billion in revenue from mobile games.
Oh, wow.
I'm shocked by this, but the vast majority of it coming from a game I've never even heard of with Fire Emblem Heroes. Super Mario Run, less than $100 million. Dr. Mario World kind of came and went, but in Mario Kart Tour, $270 million. But this Fire Emblem Heroes decimated them all right here. Absolutely destruction. So the idea of Nintendo going outside of its ecosystem, I mean, there's truth in that, and they have absolutely dipped their toe in the mobile games market. But you wonder is
just imagine how much more money they'll make.
Or is Dr. Mario World the the outlier when it comes to this? Because that's a pretty crazy.
Again, it all boils down to good gameplay and fun.
Against what a port of an actual console Nintendo game would make, because mobile games, especially the way these ones are monetized, are primarily with microtransactions and gacha style marketing. So you can make a hell of a lot more money doing that in perpetuity, but that doesn't mean that if they released, like I said, like pick any random game from 30 years ago that's a beloved Nintendo game. If you sold it on Steam for $10, which is probably more than they should be charging for a Super NES ROM, it would sell over 1 million copies. And like I feel like there's no world in which it wouldn't, just because people would want that Nintendo game on their Steam account. So I don't know. I don't see them losing money if they were porting, especially.
Agreed. They're not going to lose money. They're not going to lose money. It's just, they just don't want to lose this thing that makes them special. I'm special because I have a Nintendo exclusive game.
Is a gotcha. Guilty for spending. Thank you, Miku. Appreciate that.
I have a wife who plays Genshin Impact. I know the pain.
90 Dragoon says, I need a cigarette after that debate. Don't smoke, but I might today. Thank you. Appreciate that. That is great. And Kyle came in and says, Mark's argument is essentially for Nintendo to become Sega by abandoning consoles. Not sure they'd last if they did.
Well, Nintendo.
No, they're wrong because Nintendo makes good games.
Above anything Sega had when Sega decided to stop making consoles. Like, they just do. Zelda, Mario, anything from that whole if they're in Smash Brothers and they're a Nintendo character, you give them a game and put it on another platform and it will sell. That's my position, at least.
All right, let's
exactly make a Zelda fighting game. People will sell.
Did you want to get on to Plane Talk?
I do want to hit Plane Talk.
Plane Talk.
Plane Talk.
Right, we're here. Blabs, what do you want to talk about today with Plane Talk?
All right, so there's this new game. Well, it's not a new game, but it's going to be new for airlines to play whilst you're in the air using your eyes. So there's now a Raw Dog flight simulator that uses eye tracking. So players who are on the, sitting in their flights could just simply stare at the back of the seat and play the game with your eyes.
That's what flight raw dogging is. No phone, no book, just mental toughness for an 8-hour flight.
Yeah, so they.
What, you mean just not getting out technology?
Yeah, no, nothing. Having nothing to distract yourself, to say, like, no, you're not asking for drinks, you're not having a meal, it's just staring at the back of the thing. Understanding what you're actually doing, which is just waiting and sitting until you arrive. Builds character, even though I think it's super lame.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
So yeah,
Yes. All right.
That's
Well,
big now.
well,
And no, you
that's
can't
good.
sleep either. Sleep is not raw dogging. Stay away.
You know, maybe that's what was going on with this guy in this other story, Blabs. He was raw dogging his flight because what happened else? What else happened in Plane Talk today?
All right, so real fast, guys. A man jumped out of a plane in the air, and it's all been like recorded.
Ow!
Do you have video of this?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I do. I thought you had it too. Okay.
I do
never
not.
mind,
I do
hang
not.
on. Please hold. Okay, here we go. So, yes, like I said, there's a dude who jumped out of a plane. Now we don't actually see the guy jumping out of the plane. So
How? Is that a commercial plane?
Unlike him.
Yeah.
My co-pilot just ran out the back of the plane. He just did what?
Wouldn't the plane decompress if?
You don't have a co-pilot on, you said?
Oh, maybe it's not high enough.
What?
Would you like me to circle where he left at? Say that again? Would you like me to circle where he got out at, or you got me on track? We still have you on track. Did you need something else? No, the dude literally jumped out the back of the plane without parachute. Did you need to do something else, circle or something? Or?
How did he open the door?
He just jumped out the back of the plane.
Isn't that insane? This man committed suicide.
Maybe
Left
he was.
everybody else in the plane. Was like, see ya.
So I'm saying maybe
How?
he was raw dog it the entire time, and he just couldn't handle it. He just jumped right out the back of the plane.
Yeah.
Just throwing it
Beta
out,
level
man.
mental toughness.
The tower was just like, I'm sorry, what'd you say now? You need me to do what?
Wow. That's crazy. Where did this take place? Do we have any idea?
No, it's just, no, I have no idea where it's from.
Okay.
Maybe it's fake.
Raw dog your flights.
Maybe it's fake.
Trying to jump on out the back of the plane like the pilot did.
Yikes.
Very few people will be impressed by the raw dogging.
No, this is true. This
Are
has
you
been-
still, why do you keep saying that, Mark?
Well, because raw dogging also means something else, and I think it's really.
Plane Talk.
Come on, that was rude.
An update from yesterday. We talked about old OG RuneScape. Did you guys see the news on this? Where they are updating a game from 2021 or whatever, from 2001. to include pronouns. Did you guys see this?
No.
Yeah.
I've never been a RuneScape guy, so that's not really what I'm plugged into. The X-Ray Girl plays that too as well.
Well, she can see the wonderful graphical style of this right here. This is the graphical style RuneScape, where they've now added body types instead of male and female. Now just body type A and B, and you can add the pronouns he, him, they, them, or she, her. So you can look like this dude and still be a she, her, which is fine. Now this has been an ongoing thing over the last little bit.
Another stupid thing.
With all this here, so here we are.
Why would you even add that thing? Well, it doesn't matter.
This Twitter handle right here says old school RuneScape moderator Jake Ash hints misgendering players will be a bannable offense after forcing through pronouns and body type A and B change to a 23-year-old game without a poll. I guess Jage had previously promised only changes with 70% approval will be implemented. There was no approval for this. This was just pushed on through. And
Again,
hey, can we have
why are you guys believing the developers?
the latest update? I think this should also be implemented. Thanks for the suggestion and for sharing your concern about people being treated that way. Cheers, Ash. We could maybe add the pronouns before people RSN register screen in the chat. I expect some engine work would be needed for that. So the idea that it could be potentially a bannable offense in RuneScape for a game that you're talking about, a game that is literally older than people can, but like older than 21 years old, right? People, if you started playing that when you were, 23 years old, if you started playing this game and when you were 2, you'd be old enough to drink at this point. And they're going back and making these changes. So, and you could potentially be banned based off of not going with these new changes. So, Jeff, you're shaking your head.
It's so pointless. You already know what I'm gonna say. Why would they do this? Come on, it's so dumb. This is the most pointless things to worry about, folks. That's what we do in 2024.
Yep. Mark, you got anything on that?
I think if you're getting enough people demanding a they option, throwing it in there to me is not a super big deal. But to say that in a multiplayer game, it's a bannable offense to misgender someone when most people are probably not looking at the other player's pronouns, they're looking at their character model and how they're designed. And gender, I think, for the most part, is something that you don't get to say what yours is. People just notice it. It's sort of the way I look at it. So,
hey, don't be a bigot, Mark. Don't be a bigot.
I'm pretty liberal for the most part, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think banning people for what they say in game is stupid in general. So I was never going to be on board with that part.
Well, yeah, right. And the idea this is very 2024 and 2021 and 2001. That's what we're doing here, which is it's crazy to see. All right, let's continue to move on. But before we do, Ian came in with a massive 50 euro monies. He says someone jumped out of a plane in the back. Control tower, stop calling me. That's really what it sounded like. I was like, I'm sorry, was there an issue there? Thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. That is wonderful. Look at that. There we go. Look at that. Our first set of the day. That's nice. Norm says, were there Disney swingers on the plane? Let's go. No, unfortunately not.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And Charles came in and says, we're just normal body type A. No. You can say men. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate that.
It's not bad, actually.
It's good. All right, here we go. And Gushiem came in and says, again, the silverback gorilla was proven right about the pronoun mafia. Suck it, Ackman, as Gold Moist Critical. Thank you, Gushiem. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on. We have some more.
Again, that was super stupid.
This has been talked the last couple days over on the X.
They hate humanity.
For this story, as there is more censorship in the Dead Rising Deluxe Remastered, as there was talks a couple days ago. We did not talk about this on the show, but there was talks that you are no longer going to be able to take salacious photos with your camera in that of women. That is a thing that you're no longer going to be able to do. Now, Dead Rising is a game that's built around a photographer going around
a tabloid photographer.
This is what it does. It's Frank West going around and taking pictures, and he's literally going to this spot to take pictures for the tabloid and become famous for this, right? And it's such a fun game. And when the Remastered was announced, people were like, oh, that's interesting. But now they have removed anti-communist dialogue from the Cliff.
I didn't see that coming, honestly.
Yes. Here we go. Another day, another discovered instance of censorship in Capcom upcoming Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. This time, as the new trailer has confirmed the removal of the anti-communist dialogue line from the player's pre-fight conversation with psychopath boss enemy Cliff Hudson. Having survived the initial outbreak with humanity intact, but their minds completely shattered due to the sheer madness surrounding them, the various psychopaths in Dead Rising spend their days stalking the Willamette Mall, unleashing mindless violence against any and everything that moves, regardless of the undead status. One broken survivor is the aforementioned Cliff Hudson, a Vietnam veteran whose particular break from reality sees him falling into war flashbacks that causes him to falsely believe he's back in the battlefield. As a result, upon his first meeting with protagonist Frank West during the Hatchet Man mission, Cliff, standing underneath a collection of freshly decapitized zombie corpses he strung up as warnings to his enemies, demands the war photographer to provide him with, quote, name and rank, soldier. However, before the confused Frank can even process Cliff's request, the soldier immediately concludes that he's Viet Cong, in turn taunting, "You can't tell me, can you, fella? Oh yeah, I know why. It's because you're Viet Cong. I'm right, aren't I? You aren't nothing but a filthy communist. You, son, are gonna tell me where the guerrilla's hiding out." And then he yells before lunging at Frank. By the time I'm done beating information out of you, you're gonna be begging for death to be coming to take you away. There we are.
Is the suggestion that it's offensive for a Vietnam veteran who's obviously very shell-shocked and in a apocalypse situation, calling someone a commie is an insult? Not even like something with vulgarities in it, just you commie. Is that too far now? Like, what the hell?
Well, here we are. It says, as seen in the August 12th trailer for Dead Rising's, for the trailer, Creepy Rabbit DLC pack, which if purchased grants players access to the Impenius outfit, as well as new background music track. In the updated version of the fight, rather than Frank using the filthy communist, Cliff instead decrees him as a filthy animal, which is better? The idea that you're calling somebody a communist or an animal, or are they just equally the same? I don't know.
You know, someone who was doing that line must have recently watched Home Alone.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
so
I hate it when remasters get any changes, honestly. I like the pure remasters. It's just like, make the game run better and be able to scale, and that's all we need. They just did a great job on Doom. Doom 1 and 2 are now sold together for $10, and if you already own them, you have it for free. And Night Dive worked on that, and basically all their remasters are just 1-to-1. And that's how it should be done.
Doom 2.
Yeah.
Could you see the people who were remember Chop up in Seattle or whatever that was, that during COVID, right? All those people who were like, right,
the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Right,
Chaz.
right. Could you, or Chaz? That's what it was. Yeah, Chaz.
And they had to change it to the Capitol Hill Occupy protest, so it became Chop.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Could you imagine these communist people being offended because they change it from communist to animals? I could absolutely see a situation where they're like, "You can't. It's implied we're animals."
Yeah. Is the word
kind
Viet
of stuff
Cong
you need to play
still
on
there?
Sound World?
Does he still say Viet Cong?
I don't know if it's referenced. I don't know. We can. You want to watch the trailer real quick to see what it has to say? It's only 15 seconds long.
I guess my point would be, though, that if you're saying Viet Cong and then filthy commie, that you're referring to a specific group of Vietnamese people in the 1960s. So changing from commie, which they were communists, to animals is arguably more offensive, I guess.
Maybe I
like to think about that, but still.
Here's this 15 seconds here.
Name and rank, soldier. You are nothing but a filthy animal.
Oh, they don't do the first line.
There we go. Yeah, we don't see it. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now with video games. And the fact, this is honestly, it's Capcom. This is a Japanese company that's making these changes. It's really, It's weird, man. It's
Western
so
release,
weird.
though.
Western release. Stupid
I mean, like there's people translating it into English. Obviously, like I mean, they're probably just using a lot of the same stuff from the original. But I feel like this isn't necessarily a Japanese dudes in an office decision. It's Capcom America saying, I don't know if we should be denigrating the communists, you know, because we're a multi-billion-dollar corporation who makes video games and sells things for a lot of money. But
Right.
we want to be communists, and we want them to think we want to be communists. It's the dumbest aspect of translation and localization. I hate it.
The idea of a communist buying a game through capitalism is hilarious. By the way, I love that. Like, let's be real. There's a through capitalism is.
The game will be distributed to every communist for free.
Matthew came in, says the only remaster I really enjoy was those Destroy All Human remasters. 1 and 2 were released a couple of years back, and they were perfect. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. And Scarpy says, "Boy, am I glad I got Dead Rising on home console and not a platform that can allow that censorship through an update." Hey, thanks, Scarpy. Appreciate that. It's a nice little subtle dig at you, Mark. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Should I bring up emulators again, or?
Oh, Mark. All right. Okay, let's go on. We had that big long discussion in the middle of the show, so we're gonna pass a bunch of stuff and go straight to the end of the show and hit our thumbnail topic for the day. Appreciate you guys popping in. We got a lot to get into now. Nick Calandra is like the boss.
Also, with the corporations, with everything going the route of things getting unrepairable, one day your console, you won't be able to repair your console because of lack of parts. What you gonna do?
Massively successful.
How are you going to play your games?
By a content creator named Yahtzee, who's been around for a long time, right? And Yahtzee he was on Escapist for a long time, obviously now a Second Wind. He's a dude who I think draws the bulk of their audience along the way. But there was a lot of back and forth about this company over the last month or so, last couple months. And we had Nick Calandra on when they first launched Second Wind to talk about the launch and leaving Escapist and everything. Literally, I think the first day that he was on, that they launched. And over the course since then, last several months, we've had several back and forths with him. We had him on the show not too long ago, and I invited him on. Whenever we have a guest on that's quote unquote on the other side or deemed as the other side, I very much welcome those conversations. I encourage having conversations with people that don't see eye to eye, so you can get out of your bubble, right? And I think that's not just us getting out of our bubble, but them getting out of their bubble as well. I open those conversations. I am very open to those conversations. I very much enjoy those conversations, and I think they're important. And when we had Nick on, I thought it was really important to have that conversation publicly and not privately, so we could actually serve as an example to show people that those conversations can actually be had and be treated. You know, those conversations can be had cordially and respectfully without resulting into bullshit, shit slinging, right? And on top of that, I think there's also a lot that gets lost in translation when it comes to just having those conversations via DM or text, right? You can hear people's you can hear the inflection in their voice. You can see how they're speaking to you. Anyways, Nick came on our show, and since he was on our show, Second Wind has begun to crumble a little bit. There was their lead salesperson resigned, as well as their number 2 content creator, this guy named Frost. He goes by the Other Frost, and he put his resignation out, and he said, and it was a very public resignation on X, and it really skewered Nick Calandra. And he said, look, I'm going to release the video about this. Well, that video was released last night, and it really goes into some personal beefs that he had with how Nick ran the company, as well as some professional beefs of exactly what he was doing and the exorbitant spending and such along the way. But the biggest thing that came out of it, and we were mentioned in it, and I'm going to get to that in just a little bit, but the biggest thing that came out of it was the allegations of Nick trading coverage for vacations and money and kind of tit for tat, along the way, which
that is why you don't call them journalists, because they're not truthful, they're not objective, they're not honest and fair, and
Gamergate was that it was built.
The one thing that they are is corrupt. There you go. That is not what a journalist is. They have no integrity. How can you trust what they say when they don't have no integrity?
It was just kind of this thing that was going.
Again, back in the day, a journalist is a highly respected position.
But as I've learned more about it over the last year or 2 years,
I'm not saying that back then there are no corrupt journalists, but they're not seen that way now because the way they write articles or stories or even exposés, there's still somewhat like a credibility to it. You can verify what they reported, and you'll know that they're reporting the honest truth.
And like I said, it really went in
to the best that they can. Now there's writers. They're not journalists. I'm going to call them writers. These gaming writers or news writers. They are literally lying and twisting the truth to match whatever narrative that they're trying to push.
Even the little things became big things. Example, Nick drew heavy criticism back when he made the Kingdom Come Deliverance documentary. The head of the company was a Gamergator and shared alt-right views. Nick approached this controversy purely from Warhorse Studios' angle without critically examining the director's stances, which some viewers thought was a bad call, causing Nick to argue with them. This felt inconsistent with Nick because I know he believes in asking the hard questions, having before ambushed people he was interviewing with uncomfortable questions the interviewee asked to be withheld beforehand. Nick trades good press coverage and holds back criticism in exchange for paid documentaries, trips, gear, and job opportunities. A lot of his connections stem from his gamumentary days.
Okay, I really want to back that up really quick. This is a very, if you're a video game journalist, you cannot do this.
Withheld before.
Calling the Warhorse guy alt-right views is a little bit of an over-exaggeration too. His whole thing was that, look, I just don't want there being anything but white people in this game about Croatia during the Holy Roman Empire. There just wouldn't be any. I'm sorry, I wanted to be authentic, and people called him racist for that. So
right, and that's the one thing that you've seen continuously over and over again is the idea of like people say, oh, Side Scroll, it's a alt-right podcast. Like, yes, we have conversations. That's what we do. And apparently having conversations and asking questions is alt-right today. So there we go. But yes, so let's continue. But once again, if you're a journalist, you cannot allow this.
Nick trades good press coverage and holds back criticism in exchange for paid documentaries.
You're holding
Republic. I apologize.
You cannot hold back criticism for paid anything. Right? As soon as you do that, your credibility is gone, especially 100%. With your audience, right? Let's continue.
Trips, gear, and job opportunities, and a lot of his connections stem from his gamumentary days. His staff at the time was not pleased when they found out. This recontextualized one of Nick's patterns of behavior. A lot of Nick's personal tastes and biases that he pushed on his staff for coverage or restricted them from criticizing led back to his PR connections. He was making deals behind the scenes without them knowing. I even found one where he threw in a positive review to sweeten the deal. All for flights, gifts, job favors, documentary opportunities, none disclosed.
Now, I do think that in this situation, he says, I will not disclose the games because it could be put the writers at risk. At sometimes the games at the outlet would only have one or two providing coverage, making it easy to know who divulged information, right? Like if those things are being traded though by these developers, like that absolutely should be called out because 100%. It's a two-way street when it comes to this stuff. This is not just a journalism problem. This is a industry-wide problem along the way. So let's continue.
That made us look at his odd social media addiction in a different light. I also thought Nick flew off the handle, but something was off. Nick had already been made aware of his problem and vowed to be better back when he was tricked into publishing false evidence. He behaved himself, sort of, and was a bit more vague and defensive. Then he went on the attack almost out of nowhere until he embarrassed himself on a podcast, which I warned him about. He claims he stopped because he was.
Okay, so he references us in this situation. This is a conversation that I had with Nick publicly, where I just said, like, hey man, let's just come on the show and talk about it. And he says, how about you talk? I actually didn't even see this. He says, how about you two talk about it like adults in DMs and leave it at that? Should be fine. If this is all about communication and clarity and not content, right? And I referenced this before, but this is about, for me, it was about setting an example that these conversations can be had publicly and civilly. And when you do that privately, I think that there's a lot that can be lost in translation along the way. So for me, doing it publicly actually was very key to the conversation. But that's just me.
Was threatened with termination, but that came after the fact that his apparent Lady Fair had sided with his arch nemesis, who once again pretended to not know that Nick existed.
So that's pretty much where he talked about this. And this is also the response that we saw a lot, or we saw from people who says, you really don't need to go on these podcasts and debate these clowns. And I want to be really clear. At no point during that was there debate. There was no points scored. Nobody's over there trying to humiliate anybody. There's a difference between having a conversation and having a debate. I am not a debater. I do not know how to debate. I know how to discuss things, And do I do it well? Not all the time, right? But I am open to having those discussions. And so the idea of having a debate with people is really asinine. I save that for Mark and Jeff when it comes to console exclusivity. I'll let them do that, right?
I'm a master debater.
That's right. You sure are.
I'm a cunning linguist.
That's right. You are. You guys are both wonderful when it comes to that. But as pointed out by Grums over on X, and I think this is very important. Like these accusations, just taking a step back, of like the idea of trading coverage for certain things as a journalist. This is like the entire reason, from my understanding, why Gamergate started at all. And Mark, you were there. You were a part of it. Like, tell me if I'm wrong. Or if Grums is wrong.
Yeah, no, I mean the Gamergate started
Emmeline
because there was a big question in ethics and games journalism.
You stream so really
the problem
well.
I think with it was
I do see you streaming a lot, but yet still not affiliated and partnered.
People who are
I got a
anti the
proposal
message
for
that
you. I
was
will share your
important,
stream
being
to
the
a kick
ethics and
community for you
journalism
to hit
and
1,000
coverage not
followers
being
and earn
something
nothing
that's
less
able to
than
be bought, even with
$1,000
just
for
favors
streaming and enable
and
your sub
exclusive
button.
deals and things
Add
like
me
that.
on Discord
But
if
I
you're
think because
interested.
it became a women's issue, a lot of it got obfuscated and confused, and it made it really difficult for the people trying to argue the actual point to make points that stuck and were just, but you're just misogynist. It was a weird time to be talking about game stuff. I'll say that much.
Right. And, as pointed out, I'm going to continue Grums' tweet here because I think it's important. He said, journos denied it, said it was conspiracy theories. We were lied to. It says Nick trades good press coverage and holds back criticism in exchange for paid documentaries, trips, gear, and opportunities. He was making deals behind the scenes. He threw in a positive review to sweeten the deal. That is the issue. That's always been the issue, right? The idea, well, hey, we'll bump that score up a little bit for a little bit of moolah along the way.
You can give it a 6, right? 6 is the thing that makes it not rotten on Rotten Tomatoes. So
Right. And what are we going to do to get
3 that it probably deserves?
Jeff, does this like surprise you at all when you see this stuff?
No, I think we all deep down know, and that's the reality of the situation with a lot of this stuff.
Right. Just to kind of reiterate what I posted over on X, I said, look, I see side scrollers was mentioned in the video, and I think that's totally fair. I feel like having that conversation with Nick was a good thing. It was meant to be a public example that differing opinions could have a conversation and ultimately take everyone out of their bubbles. There was no debate or points being scored. Unfortunately, regardless of intent, people will see it that way. It is what it is. Now, to be clear, I think that this guy, this Frost, that other Frost, or the other Frost right here, I think he is immensely talented, and he's going to be a tremendous success, regardless of if he's with Second Wind or Escapist or whoever, or by himself. I think he'll see tremendous success when it comes to that stuff. So that should not be lost. And I think there's also one other very key element to this, and that is the idea of who in the media will go and cover this story, because this is a very big accusation along the way. The idea that he traded good scores for money. more or less. So which media outlets will cover this? Will Kotaku? Will gamers? Will, go down the line? Picket, Polygon? Will IGN? Who will go down the line and actually cover this like they should? Who will hold their media brethren, their contemporaries, accountable in the situation? And the other question I have here is there's two questions. Will Second Wind do anything about this? If this is truly a group, a collective of people that all have quote unquote equal ownership to this, how quickly will Nick Calandra be removed from his position? And then number two, who the hell is going to touch Nick Calandra when this is done? This is some pretty damning accusations along the way. So, Mark, your thoughts?
I mean, is he married?
It's not what I meant, Mark.
Yeah, no. But anyways, I guess I mean, it looks very bad for Nick. I mean, I was listening to it in my car on my way to work, so I wasn't looking at the screen. I actually didn't even realize that you were in it. So I haven't gone over the receipts that are posted in detail or anything. So a lot of this might still be alleged. I guess I don't want to act like I know everything about the story because I listened to one video while I was driving to work. But it really is kind of a look behind the curtain of someone who was being like, hey, I don't do any of this stuff that you're accusing video games journalists of doing on this show. And then it's like, well, according to Frost, you did. So it's like, who's right? What actually happened? That's sort of where I'm at with it.
Jeff, you got any thoughts on this?
Well, this is all a new story to me as of the show. So I do remember the OG Gamergate days. I remember all of that. And I mean, talking about, it wouldn't be collusion, but, paying critics or, sweetening the deals. I mean, we hear about that all the time. So it wouldn't be surprising that people are shilling out for the benefits. Like I said, it's just not surprising. I don't have anything prolific to say about it.
Well, we'll see how this goes along the way. I think the response from Second Wind, probably today, there should be some sort of response talking about this. And if Nick holds on to his position there without,
that was not surprising. These writers.
I'm blocked by Nick, which is amazing because we had this conversation publicly. He came on our show, and then I just got blocked out of nowhere. So I can't see.
These writers are very dishonest.
So it'll be interesting to see what Second Wind has to say.
Just take a look at what they're writing about and how they
he was on though, didn't he say that when
form or create the titles
everybody so that he doesn't have to see anything? But I guess just not going on Twitter isn't an option.
No.
Yeah. Right. I mean, and he definitely has some sort of social media addiction when it comes to all this. So yeah, man, it's a mess. It's a giant pile of shit. And I think more than anything, all the conspiracy theorists, right, who said, hey, this is what's wrong with journalism, right? Over the last decade, they've all been validated.
It's not journalism. It's simply writing.
Everything that started the original Gamergate has been.
I am standing by that.
The idea that it was skewed.
They're not journalists.
Being criticized, skewed a totally different narrative along the way. I think this very much validates everything.
They're not truthful. They're not objective. They're not honest and fair.
Gamergate had.
Those are the ethics of journalism.
In games.
Without those,
where they're going back.
It's not journalism. They're not journalists.
The pattern for these things is generally, no, that's not happening, you're crazy, to, yeah, it's happening, but it doesn't happen very often and it's not a big deal. So I guess the next step is going to be, yeah, we take money for good reviews and that's a good thing. It's great.
Right.
It's how we pay our bills. You don't want us to eat?
Right. And the answer is, I'm very curious to see what has happened to their Patreon. I think that's there's a thing called Grapheon, I think it is, yeah, and seeing if the Second Wind, if they've seen a drop off at all from that, because I think that's going to be the most fascinating thing. Will people who have followed Second Wind, will they go in and change? Oh, and they sure as hell have. Okay, yeah. So here it is. courtesy of Graphtreon, which allows you to chart some of these things. They've seen you can see their revenue initially right here, and they've seen a dramatic drop off here in the last day, where people pulling funds. I mean, well, it's starting to go down. That looks dramatic, but it's really only about $1,000 or so. But $1,000 with any business is, at least a small business, is a very big deal.
Is that dip in the middle the era where Frost left? Like, I think it was like a few people that quit, right?
That was yes, that is exactly what it was. That is because he announced it on July 31st. So
there was probably a lot of people that were kind of thinking about it and weren't sure, and I'm willing to bet that they're the ones who just was like, "Yep, I'm out."
Yeah. Scarfy came in and says, "Too bad Nick doesn't have someone's unfaithful, failed model of a girlfriend to hide behind him and claim sexism is over." Scarfy, I don't understand that reference, but thank you.
X-Ray Girl has never worked as a model, okay, and she'd be fantastic.
Okay. Shrapnel says, "Craig family man, therefore alt-right." Yes, apparently that is. I do like having my family. It's great. Minor came in and says, Mark is right. Jeff had weak arguments. Oh.
Yeah, I respect Jeff a lot. Like, it's okay. We don't need to agree on that.
That's right. Scarpy came in and says, you had to go to the Chinese Wikipedia to learn about Gamergate. Yeah, that's true.
When
that
information freedom is better in China.
Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. And Soul Silver says, "I'm not surprised about all this at all, but I am disgusted and disappointed by how bad this has turned into." Right. Thanks, Soul Silver. Appreciate that. All right. Jay Reds came in and says, "Capcom has been getting woke here for a good minute now. It all started 8 years ago when Street Fighter V came out and said they removed the R-Cammy slap. That was her critical art move initially during beta, but then it got screen censored on full release." Appreciate that. And Jeff says, "Hey, John came in with the 5. Says, hey Jeff, has anyone ever said you look like Larry Joe Campbell?"
I don't know who that is. I get a lot of people, but I don't know who Larry Joe Campbell is. Let me look him up real quick.
All right, there we go. All right, we have a lot
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Pull it up. Let's see.
So he's a former actor. Hang on, let me grab this thing. Hello, StreamYards. Okay.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, he's an actor.
He looks like Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't see it at all either.
Yeah, I've heard Vince Vaughn, cousin of
Vince
The Rock.
Vaughn I could sort of see, but that guy, I
Maybe I
forgot
didn't get a
all
good enough
about
look at
him.
him,
He was on According to Jim, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I used to love that show, man. Good stuff.
All right. Look, we got a lot of support, but here's the thing. I want to remind you guys. Today is our 1.5 year birthday. We are at show what? 300 what?
378, I think I said.
378. That's pretty awesome. We've been doing this 378 episodes in. Today we've been live for 18 months as of today, bringing you guys stuff Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Central Time. To celebrate 18 months, we are busting out a 50% off annual support over at Side Scrollers Podcast. If you use promo code NORMAL, that is our locals page. If you've ever been to locals, you can check it out. It's awesome. And we just updated it. It looks really, really good. And it's a great place to support. So if you guys want to support, that's a great place to do it. It's $55 for the entire year. We'd really appreciate your support over there. So head on over there, and that will allow us to produce more exclusive content. I want to do, Blabs and I are already sitting down, and we're going to shoot some stuff this next week, some fun reactionary stuff. I also have visions of doing some exclusive live content over there where we get people involved, get them in the same room, and invest a little bit of money into that, and bring you guys some really good stuff. So once again, head over to sidescrollerspodcast.com and use promo code NORMAL when you support. We'd really appreciate that. Get literally half off right now. Look at Jeff's eyes. He loves it. All right. With that said, let's get to some of your support today during this show. Let's fire away, Blast. What do we got?
All right, over on local, Spoon Ninja just, decided to drop dollars left and right. And for $1 says, oh, yeah, someone will mention Conan at some point. Yeah, always you.
Crom! Too much?
She has no idea what that reference is.
She needs to watch Conan the Barbarian then.
Anyway.
That's not my fault, it's hers.
Maybe that's something we could potentially do exclusively over at sidescrollerspodcast.com. Promo code NORMAL.
I want chips. Anyway, hey, baby girl, Jake's calling. Sorry, Blabs, talking to Craig. Shout out to Jeff from Just G saying, sup, baby girl, dude, you gotta watch Conan. How can you call someone baby girl and call them dude 5 seconds right after? Anyway, Spoon Ninja says TRGA needs a mascot, and then Spoon Ninja also says Nintendo needs to keep the cartridge format. That's over on locals. Over on the tubes, Mo says, read yesterday's stream. I haven't been to Texas. Wait, we got this already. Damn it,
did.
Craig.
Yeah.
Terrible at highlighting stuff. Nightmare says, remember to recycle with Fanta chat. No. No. Benjamin says, can't believe we live in a society. Bottom text. Bye, Craig. Okay, John says, and this is when Blabs bans all of chat. I never actually ban chat. Just saying. Duke says, hey Blabs, a cool video reply to the game discussion of August 14th. It'll be worth it. Just paste this after the watch. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's saying copy the watch up to the equals and then paste that.
I don't know what that is, though.
It's tough to do, yeah. Should have just told us the YouTuber and the name of the video. That would be a lot easier.
I'm not going to go and type this out, W45. Are you a real gamer if you haven't said anything cancelable in COD? In my defense, those kids shouldn't have been running trains on everyone's minds.
I found a lot of COD chatter entertaining, like in the OG Modern Warfare 2 days on Xbox Live and stuff. I don't know. I'm just not much of a shit talker. But again, like I'll just kill you and then teabag. That's my shit talking. I do it with my actions.
Chat. I understand it's a link, but the thing is, over on StreamYards, you can't copy StreamYard's super chats, and it's gone off of YouTube already. So it's not like I have a small brain. It's literally not available to do so. Thanks. Nightmare says exclusivity is gayer than baby girl's Blabs grinder. I don't have a grinder, but you know what? I bet you'd be the first one trying to get onto it. Douchebag Dan says, going to see the Alien movie, face hugger bucket. Oh yeah, Jeff, did you get like a bucket for it yet?
No, I'm going to that movie in an hour from now.
Yeah,
and,
same here.
Yeah, I hope it's good, man. I've been rewatching all the Alien movies in preparation for it because I want to be entertained.
I think there's no really good Aliens movie past Aliens. However, Fede Alvarez, the director, I've liked both of the horror movies that he's done so far, the Evil Dead remake and Don't Breathe. They're pretty good.
The 2013 Evil Dead remake?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was way better than I thought it would ever be.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was gonna be shit, and I was like, okay, this isn't Evil Dead, but it is pretty good though.
I had a good time with it.
Titties.
Change the topic. Okay, Tommy says, I watched Spear Hunter's video on playing a build of Dead Rise in DR. I'm torn due to censorship and the quality of life improvements Capcom made for it.
I heard she kind of tore it apart too, and people often accuse her of being a Capcom shill. So it was funny when she's like, "Yeah, I wasn't crazy about this on the title. I haven't watched the video yet."
Shut up, Mark. Thank you.
Huh?
Stage Leader says, "Console peasants up in this biatch."
Do we not respond to super chats?
yes. But the thing is, Mark, you go on like 5 minutes per answer.
No, that was like a 2-sentence one.
Anyway, Maximus says, "Who's right? Baby girl Blabs is right." Okay.
Do you want me to explain why? Why Baby Girl Blabs is right? Okay, that time I was trolling. Go.
Honey Badger says, this discussion is so much better than when losers like Nick Calendar comes on. I like how autocorrect calls him Calendar. All right. Thank you, Honey Badger. Tommy Reeves says, don't disrespect John Halo like that. Oh, hi, Mark. Speaking of Halo, John Graham will be on tomorrow, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All the
Sounds great.
disms.
You can hear my voice in his Hard Justice show.
Nightmare says Sony's mascot is Big Abby from The Last of Us 2.
That would have been funny.
Best one ever.
She's on like the cover of every like game box, just on the back with the hammer or something.
Xander says, can we get a Mark debate show? That'd be honestly great. Mark, you should do that on your YouTube channel, just saying.
I mean, like, I don't know. I think sometimes people get really annoyed while arguing with me, so I'm not sure that would be great for my, general like social engagement on YouTube.
You know what you do, Mark, that will lend to your demise of a debate show is you're too calm when you don't go, oh, Jeff, you stupid idiot.
Because I'm not trying to own you guys. I'm just trying to explain my perspective, and generally I'll only go in depth if I know I'm right.
Well, that's the problem. Is the debates you're trying to own them. You're trying to score points.
Yeah, that's why I'm not good at debating.
You should be Mark the debater instead of Mark the cyborg.
I'm
Make a new YouTube
Canadian
channel
who
where you
talks
just
about
debate
video games.
people.
I have
You
I have
should
some strong
you should
opinions,
debate
but-
TikTok videos. Just saying.
Oh God,
Anyway.
I don't know.
Cole says, has Mark been advising Disney? Wider audience.
That's right.
Sly says, in contrast to Sony and Microsoft, Nintendo sells consoles itself as a profit and not subsidize the box in hopes to make the money back from software.
I disagree. I think that hardware will always have a much thinner margin than software. And if you just work at a place like a Best Buy, you'll figure that out because your discount's based on the cost price, and you get nothing off a console ever.
Master Gawa says, Valve makes Steam Decks because consoles work.
Correct.
Garfy says, as soon as parents find out how many mature themed games are on Steam, they'll go right back to getting the kid a Switch over a Steam Deck.
Family mode is the
Interesting
answer.
point.
You can set a pin to enable M-rated games and stuff.
Grusium says, Nintendo's like Apple. They sell access to a club. There are too many Nintendrones for them to just abandon hardware.
This is
And
true.
hey, they make good games for the drones. I'm just saying we don't have to be drones.
You ended my poll? How could you, Craig? Miku says, he's splatted like when you fall from afar in DK64.
Haha.
Josh says, favorite flight games, mine Civilization. I don't think I've ever played a flight game before, but if I had to do it, I would just say like.
Oh, you mean
least-
on a flight? Okay.
Well, yeah, no. On a flight.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. 'Cause Civilization is not a
There's
flight
Angry Birds on there, and I played the entire thing once because I was so bored.
Civilization's like grand strategy. So you create a civilization and then see it move through history.
Kyle says, someone should tell Mark that unlike Microsoft and Sony, Nintendo makes profit off of hardware. But I do get his point about spreading the market.
Hey, correct. And again, they do make profit, margin thin. Software way bigger.
Mercenary says, Copilot going by just reminds me of Monty Python's skit of the boardroom of people just walking off the balcony where there is no balcony.
Well, see you later.
That's a great
Yeah.
clip to use too, like a GIF to use as a reaction. The guy just walking out of the window.
Benjamin says, Copilot probably saw one of those unreal people that one lady saw. Like, I'm getting out of here.
That motherfucker isn't real. That was good stuff.
Taker says, so is patriarchy the new type atriarchy? I see what you did there. Cold Grin says, new data from the New Dead Rising. You'll want people to take pictures after asking the zombies for their permission and preferred pronouns.
There's a lot of zombies in that game. That'll take a while.
Are we okay to like it? I love that idea. That's hilarious.
Calling someone a commie is the worst insult. I find it
Bill.
also kind of unoriginal. Taker says, I think there is enough of a difference between console and PC gamers that Nintendo could sell 100M Switch 2s and still release games like Zelda on PC.
Correct. I think people that just want to play a console, if a console is still offered, they would still buy a console to play those same games on.
Master Gawa says, can we do a plane talk on the 2018 Horizon Air Q400 incident? The flight audio from the Florida man who stole the plane is absolutely hilarious.
That does
I'm not familiar with that.
I'm unfamiliar with this. Interesting. Mr. Milockley says, Capcom has been infected with Western sensitivity stupidity. Hope they enjoy losing money.
Yeah, I like Capcom. I really wish they wouldn't go down this road.
Yeah.
Lord Baxter says, don't say capitalist about yourself. It's a derogatory term invented by communists.
I am a capitalist, for the record.
Absolutely Rudy says, breaking news, Ivan Reitman is dead.
I don't think the communists invented the word capitalist. I don't think.
Like a few years ago, though, right?
Exactly. Craig didn't know, and he's like, whoa, maybe he'll be involved. And we're like,
So we were just quick background. We were talking about the Ghostbusters TV show on Netflix, and his
Of course, I could be wrong. Okay, I'm always wrong.
or directing it or something. And I was like, well, it'd be great to have Ivan Reitman, and you got a son, so he'll be able to lean on his dad. And Vera Dark so eloquently was like, well, he's dead, so that's not going to happen. And I was like, oh shit. So yeah, it's breaking news. Well, it's good to hear.
Mercenary says, I was there during Gamergate 1 days. I saw the infiltration, but I think it was so insidious, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a problem to someone. Couch, black, rock, cough.
I guess it's cough.
Cough. I was like, couch. Couch.
Black rock. There you go.
Sanders says, Mark, will you look at the Brandon Sanderson RPG?
Wait, Brandon Sanderson's involved in making an RPG? Absolutely, and I've never even heard of it. Brandon Sanderson's a very good fantasy writer. Strongly recommend the Stormlight Archive. It's a great book.
Yes.
Great series, I guess.
Shane came in with the 10 over on Rumble. Says Mark's exclusivity take is about as valid as Asian women drivers. I can say this because my wife is also Asian. Thank you, Shane.
Hey, when we started dating, X-Ray Girl had to drive 4.5 hours to get to the base that I lived at, and she did it every weekend.
And she got there. She only got in an accident every other weekend, which was great. So good on her. Just G says, Jeff, baby girl. Seriously, watch Conan 2024. Everyone's a baby girl. Sup, Spoon. All right, thanks. Appreciate that. And B Bear says people don't buy physical to make a quick buck. If you can no longer play physical, play digital, you're out of luck. Thank you, B Barrett.
That's why piracy and emulation are necessary evils that need to always exist.
Jared says Craig would be interested in having a YouTuber known as Brett Cooper come on the show to be a guest, and she can give you her take on Disney's Snow White since she is playing Snow White also. Of course, yes, of course, would love to do that. Also, Jared says the question is for Mark. This question is for Mark, Jeff, and Blabs. What console would each of you guys consider to be the GOAT? Also, did y'all know that Ivan Reitman also directed Kindergarten Cop, Twins, and Ghostbusters?
Did you know Ivan's dead?
Yes, that's the rumor. It's the rumor.
What's the best console he has?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, what's the GOAT console? And while you guys are thinking about it, right now we are currently sitting at 68 supporters over at sidescrollerspodcast.com. Who's gonna be 69? Just
Listen,
throwing it
I've
out there.
never played like all the consoles, right? So I can't actually.
Yeah, but what's
answer
your best?
I'm not going to argue with you, Blabs. Don't worry.
I don't know. Maybe it was the Wii. That
Yeah,
shit slapped when I was a kid.
Why not? It can be the Wii. That's
Yeah, I
fine.
guess I have to say the Wii, and then maybe the PlayStation or Nintendo DS.
Mine, it's like a weird tie because it's hard. It's either the Super Nintendo, the PS2, or the Xbox 360. They all were awesome, but PS2 was so versatile.
Yeah. Mark, you got a GOAT?
Yeah, I think I probably got the most mileage out of the PS3, but I think that part of the reason why that's a weird answer is because a lot of it is because it actually had the ability to play a lot of the older games, and I even had the one that could use PS2 games. So to me, the PS3 was the one where I could just play a whole bunch of games, and it's also where I started building my first indie digital library. So it meant a lot to me, but I'd say probably PS2 overall was better. And Super Nintendo was my first one, so I always have fond memories of that as well.
Right. And that's the thing to remember is a lot of people, when they say this is the GOAT console, it's tied strictly to nostalgia, right?
It's hard to make an objective argument there because ultimately it's for Xbox, it would be the Xbox series because it plays the most Xbox games and most of the ones that you liked on 360.
I didn't give my personal favorite though, because like if it was me personally, I'd like the Nintendo 64. Those are all my favorite games.
There you go. That's your answer.
But my, what I think is the best.
Yeah, I'm actually now thinking about it. I might even bump it
We
down to
started a whole
PlayStation
other
1.
conversation.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I think I can make an argument for a bunch of consoles being absolutely incredible.
I think you should make an argument in general.
Yeah.
Like on everything.
Just, I'm going to argue generality, like in the world. Everything that humans are will.
Okay, so that was quite long, and it was interesting. And in all the arguments, I'm siding with the Mark guy. Honestly, I don't know who the Mark guy is. I don't remember watching any of his videos. In fact, let me go back.
Welcome, fellow gamers.
We're just normal men.
Okay, it says here, Mark the Cyborg. Let's going to check the channel now. Okay, what do we have here? Helldivers 2 with the boys. So is this just basically gameplay? Yeah, it's just playthrough. Being mindful of game precedents. I'm checking out if his videos are the types of videos that I like to watch. Infinite Wealth is awesome. Spoilers. Okay, so unfortunately, his videos are not the kind of videos I like to watch. I usually like to watch, videos similar to side scrollers, or maybe videos reacting to something. Pronoun man attacks Nedrotic and it fails massively. Pronoun man. That is maybe that could work as a superhero. Imagine having a superhero named Pronoun Man. Pronoun Man, Pronoun Man. And I keep forgetting that I'm growing a virtual flower.
Garrett says, "Is this the metaverse?" Garrett says, "I dare you to go on P-Hub."
Sure, give me $100,000 and I'll go there. Blizzard is a massive fail. Okay, 10 hours ago.
How about 5?
Then you can suck your dick. See, I'm not worried about using the dick word in chat because my channel is not monetized anyway. It doesn't matter. The only reason why most people who live streams in YouTube avoid using the words fuck, shit, dick, because they're afraid of getting demonetized. But since my channel is not monetized, I have no problems using it. Call of Duty stole the AK-50. How can you stole the AK-50? Did they copy it as is? Usually what they do is they would, I guess, do some changes to the gun, something like that. But then again, I could be wrong. I don't play Call of Duty, at least anymore. I played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, what? For the last time. That is like 4 hours. Not going to watch that. Investigating the massive social security number leak. What about this one? How about this one? Ubisoft lied. Oh, come on. You guys still believe what corporations say. Come on, have some skepticism.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So it looks like Ubisoft is in trouble once again. They have been caught in another.
Honestly, it doesn't really. I don't think anything will happen anyway. It seems that they like getting into trouble and nothing.
Very negatively received by potential players. You can see the first slot festival, Star Wars Outlaws. This has been hit with a lot of negative feedback from the community, the gameplay looking like something that resembles a PS2 release. And in a desperate attempt to get some favor back, it looks like Ubisoft has been caught bribing essentially a bunch of YouTubers with trips to places like...
Okay, I've already heard about this one. What they did is they kind of invited some influencers.
So you might be aware that for months, a lot of the people on the team over at Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed Shadows had promoted this game largely on its main protagonist, or one of the two main protagonists, Yasuke, who they claim is the first black samurai in Japanese history, which is a very contested label, by the way. And developers have said in months past that this game faithfully depicts real historical figures.
Sure. Of course they can say that because they want to market the game. And they thought that, since they're marketing it to the West, they thought that the West, those in the West are stupid enough to not do any research.
Ubisoft to rewrite their history for whatever agenda they have. Now, a lot of people are looking at this individual, Thomas Lockley, and they believe...
I believe that guy was like...
But we'll get back to him in just a second.
Fired or something. He was like let go from his job.
An official statement
in Japan.
They would say, in complete contradiction to previous statements, they would say their intention has never been to present any of their games as factual representation.
Of course, they would say that. They would say that.
We're calling out the hypocrisy of that based on the previous statements I just showed you. Now you might be getting some kind of a whiplash here because we're going at this whole thing.
Here's the thing. The only thing that will hurt Ubisoft is if you can hurt their bottom line. And that bottom line is money. Yeah, if they lose money, there you go. They might listen. But if they're still making money, nah, it's not gonna happen.
The lead producer would go on and leave some pretty interesting quotes. Number one, they would discuss...
It's the same with Bud Light. Look at what happened to Bud Light. Bud Light pissed off their core audience or their core customer.
Japanese culture.
Just to appeal to maybe 0.01% of the population. They pissed off 100%. Maybe not 100%, but majority of their core customers.
Here's the lead producer saying, obviously when we...
And look what happened.
To a global...
Bud Light is a dead brand.
Game in Japan, we do hope to appeal to more Japanese players, so it is very important that we try to be...
But the problem is, even though beer drinkers are stupid, because if they're not, they won't drink beer.
From scratch.
now beer drinkers will start hating me. Gamers are more stupid.
When you come in, you don't want to come in as if you know everything. We want to build something that when they see it, they'll play it, and they'll recognize their own country. This is an outrageous statement, another contradiction, another right turn on their approach to historical accuracy. They're now saying they want it to be as close as possible to respect the global audience, but...
Of course, they would say that.
Why do you think they're doing that? It's, of course, damage control. This is a desperate plea to Japanese gamers. So they're trying to say, basically, please play our game. We'll try to get it historically accurate. However, the entire foundation of this game is based on a highly contested claim that Yasuke is a samurai. And it appears we know the main source for this claim, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So there has already been one example, or at least a couple examples, of government action being focused in on this game and everything it's trying to claim. But we have another report of the Japanese government exposing a lie of the collaborator, as many are calling, Thomas Lockley. Now, who is Thomas Lockley? Well, he is the boy who...
I guess we're back to World War II.
historical fixture in this whole situation. His book.
They're now using words like collaborators. My goodness.
About Japanese history, primarily claiming.
Who are your collaborators?
Not only has the government paid attention to some of those claims, they're also paying attention to other claims. But here's another thing that a lot of people have been wondering. Is Thomas Lockley actually connected to Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed Shadows? And it seems like the answer is undoubtedly yes. So I don't know if this was something I overlooked or other people overlooked or was just recently discovered, but I saw this in the That Park Place article that is really telling. So back in, I believe, May of this year, Lockley collaborated with Ubisoft on Assassin's Creed Shadows for an episode of the company's Echoes of History podcast titled Yasuke, the First African Samurai podcast. That's pretty clear that they are paying attention, not just paying attention, actually collaborating with Thomas Lockley. And you can see they describe everything that is reminiscent of the passages of his book. And they make it clear, too, during the podcast that Echoes of History is a Ubisoft broadcast. So that is a clear connection between the podcast and Ubisoft, and also this podcast with Lockley, obviously because he collaborated with them. And really, it seems like this was the same point a lot of this has been centered around to. It's Thomas Lockley trying to sell his book. You can see they support all of the narratives, and the host of the podcast ends the segment by telling people to go find more about this notorious yet mysterious figure from Japanese history by buying this book that Lockley has predicted.
From Japanese fictional history.
The vandalization of Wikipedia pages by Lockley to basically.
One of these days we'll have the, the first something.
Trying to sell his book.
That is not even true.
Interviews with Lockley, he said that this whole promotion of Assassin's Creed Shadows has increased his book sales. That's what this is at the end.
Of course, that will happen.
Get more sales with his book, and I think it's very obvious. And now,
because people are curious.
Japanese government to look at
those who
made by Lockley. We've seen the Japanese government.
Those who can access the books and pay for it would and are curious about what's really happening, even though it's not real. They would try and get it and read it out of curiosity.
Randomly decided was Yasuke's descendant, and that claim has been challenged by the prefecture where he claims the relevant information exists. They go on to say he might not even understand the word that he was describing that he uses as proof that it was a black man they were describing. What he was looking at was a word that doesn't necessarily even paint the person as a black man. So this could have just been a random Japanese person, but because he thought that they were black based on this language in the text, he now believes that's the descendant of Yasuke, which is also interesting, right? Like, oh, there's another black person in Japanese history. It must be the descendant of Yasuke. It's a very touchy kind of thing to say. But
the thing here is, gamers are stupid. They're still going to buy the game. So in the end, nothing happened.
Historically portray
or nothing will happen.
And their historical counterparts. But yeah, that's not too surprising. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed.
As long as their bottom line is met.
I'll see you guys next time.
Why would they care? What's this? The Snow White trailer. Oh, this looks interesting.
No.
Ah, look at that. That is a real place. Oh, whistle while you work. Whistle.
Well, it had to happen sooner or later, I guess. Just like a post-Donner...
Hi-ho, hi-ho. Hi-ba-yo.
Bathroom to let rip with a toilet-cracking explosion of...
liquid filth!
Disney knew that they were going to have to release a trailer for Snow White sooner or later, and well, it went about as well as you might expect.
Okay, so, I have a question. The dwarves in the animated movie look a lot better than the dwarves in the supposedly live action adaptation.
Gratingly unpleasant interviews with the lead actor.
Ah, look at that. She has skin as white as snow. Snow White.
It really was the perfect storm of everything so painfully predictable and ridiculous about modern entertainment, twisting and contorting itself into something barely recognizable from the original in a desperate attempt to pander to absolutely everyone. And when the announcement came that the project was going to be delayed by more than a year, almost certainly in response to the massive amount of negative publicity, it honestly seemed like they might just shit-can the whole thing. Because really, what was the point in pressing ahead with a movie that everyone in the world seemed to despise? How many hundreds of millions of dollars were you willing to lose just to make a...
Also, they changed one of the dwarves into a female, or I don't know what they call it.
Pretend that the company isn't falling down around their ears. Anyway, after basically going radio silent on this movie for almost a year and hoping that the backlash would die down, Disney decided that the time...
there was like large.
Yes, it was just as gaudily
very large. Can you describe
laden with fake edgy
a thunder as large? It was very loud.
CGI animals that looked great in cartoon form but weird and unnatural in live action as you might expect. And yes, there was no sign of Prince Charming because I think Rachel Zegler's made her thoughts on that character pretty clear already.
All of Andrew's scenes could get cut, who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
And as for the dwarves... Sorry, diverse, magical, gender, non-conforming, vertically challenged individuals, these things are absolute nightmare fuel. I mean, just look at them. Look at how jerky and unnatural their movements are. Look at their weird, rubbery, soulless faces. It's like watching an interview with Kevin Feige. They would have looked bad enough in a purely animated movie, but the fact that they're superimposed next to an actual human being so that we can very clearly see how fake they look is just further proof that the entire concept behind this movie was a horrifically bad idea. I mean, just pause for a moment and imagine how much better and more natural this scene would have looked, not to mention how much cheaper it would have been to film if they just shot it on an actual physical set and used actual dwarf actors. It would have given Rachel Zegler something to...
Well, unfortunately, they don't want to use real actors for the dwarves. Or they don't want to cast dwarf actors. There you go. They hate small people, that's why. They don't want to give small people jobs. That is the real reason. Anyway, guys, I'm going to end the stream here. Going to take a break. It's like 4 hours of watching videos and doing absolutely nothing in Second Life. So guys, be back later. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.